All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hump Day. Yes, indeed. Happy Hump Day, everybody. Hello. Happy Wednesday.
What is happening?
A busy little show today.
Got a lot to get to on the old notes today.
The docket is full.
You got a full docket today?
I do.
You got a full docket on a Wednesday?
I do. I don't think we'll get to it all.
It's not easy to have a full docket this time of year. No. Right about now, full dockets are pretty rare.
No, it's not.
Usually it's about 80% full, 85% full. Hopefully something breaks or we goof.
I want to
close the gap somewhere.
I want to unload and finish my NBA Finals Knicks thoughts that we didn't get to.
Ooh, we got carryover NBA Finals thoughts today?
Carryover.
I love it.
Couple day later,
I love it.
Knick thoughts.
I love it, man. I mean, it was such a compelling finals. We should not bury it yet. Most watched since 1998. The numbers came in. They were massive.
Well, that was part of what I was going to bring up today.
Big time numbers for the NBA.
America has spoken. This is what they care about.
We care about aliens from France who we hate and despise as dirty players, and the New York Knicks, evidently. Those two things will get us to watch.
We also care a lot about soccer. Did you see our ratings for the U.S. Paraguay?
No, I did not see those.
25 million.
Woo!
Now, I didn't read.
That's a big number.
They made it sound like that was the American number. I didn't read if that was the international.
Ooh,
how are we gauging this? Are we mixing Canada, America, Mexico?
No,
that's got to be a U.S. number.
Yeah,
that's
we can't
just
do
U.S.
That's just U.S.
Okay.
If you got 25 million for the first game, that's pretty.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a number right there. I also wonder how many people saw the score and it's already see little action early on, and you end up turning the game on that way. 25 million is a remarkable start.
It was Friday, 6 p.m.
Friday
Pacific,
evening,
so
yeah.
9 p.m. on the East Coast.
English only got 18 million, and then the 8.9.
That was Telemundo or whatever.
Yeah, it was the Spanish language channel.
Still, I mean, that's still a hell of a number to open. The benefit, this is the benefit of having a United States World Cup, is that there aren't games on at 3 o'clock in the morning or 9 a.m. Or, you're going to get prime time. I think the Friday game is noon, right? We got a nooner on Friday.
Did you see there's a report that came out? It might have been Marchand or somebody like that, one of those media reporters. They had a thing that came out and it basically said Fox is super pissed at ESPN.
I did see that.
Because they don't think ESPN.
They're not talking about the World Cup.
They're not doing enough World Cup coverage, and it's the first World Cup we've hosted since '94.
We need to debate Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys. We don't have time for the World Cup here, okay? What is more important?
How long has ESPN been around? When the NHL went away.
Oh, they didn't talk about it for a second.
They didn't talk about hockey for squat.
You get a 90-second hit from Barry Melrose at the end of SportsCenter, and that was it. Okay, thanks for that.
And that's
summation.
just because everybody loved Barry Melrose.
Yes, it was more about Barry Melrose than it was hockey.
Well, let me give you kind of a take there, though. Like, if you're going to get mad at ESPN, if I'm ESPN, I leak something to this media guy, and I say, why don't you ask Fox what they're airing on their channels?
Right.
We don't care because no one watches.
Nobody's watching. Nobody's complaining that FS1 isn't talking enough about the NBA
Nick
Finals.
Wright is not doing GOAT debate with soccer. It's only doing LeBron. Why?
The one defense I will have here of ESPN, I mean, not that they need a defense, is that we're coming off of, again, to connect it back to what we just said 2 minutes ago, the most watched NBA Finals we've had in nearly 30 years.
And since Michael Jordan played basketball.
Who has the NBA Finals?
Yep.
Yeah.
Who aired the games?
Right.
Like, where do they butter their bread?
Right.
Talking about GOATs and Jalen Brunson and small guards and, all-time debate. Like, that is their milk and honey right there. And so I think as the World Cup goes on,
they'll get into it.
They'll get more into it, and you'll get more takes on First Take and all the other shows throughout the day on ESPN. But as of right now, you on Friday night, you were going into, Game 5 was on Saturday of the NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. So you had that wrapping up the next day. Yeah. Then on Monday, you're getting a reaction from that carries over. We'll get there eventually. But now that the championships are done, I think they'll pay a little more attention.
It was also the most watched Stanley Cup playoff since.
It was, dude. They had great numbers, man.
I think people are just watching sports in general.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's stakes involved.
It is a weird feeling when those end, because those are the last kind of appointment television sports viewing things for me until
the NBA draft.
Yeah, the NBA draft I'll probably watch, but we don't have a pick, so that's not quite the same.
I'm still fascinated to see how the top three
definitely will have it
out.
on. But the way I gauge sports in my life is how
does it impact you?
Is it 5:30 and I need to we got to get the TV on, the game's going, oh, that's right, that's on. Let's turn it on while we're walking around.
What's the draft then? If we don't have a pick, which
the draft will be on in the background.
But it's on before it starts?
It'll be on before it starts,
Okay.
yeah. The draft probably will be that.
Will you still be out at the golf course?
Oh, touche.
No.
No, probably not.
No,
Not
I
by
usually leave the
4:30?
golf course by 3:30.
What time does the draft start?
Like
4:35.
4:35-ish. That's probably around the time I'll be arriving home.
Yeah, I
So
should
probably
be
walk in the door, turn the TV on, and then
That's
catch
what
up
I did
with
last year. I left
Yeah.
at like 3:40.
Yeah, I mean we're there most of the day. We got to go to bed at 7:00. So it's
What do you want?
my Tuesday scaries are kicking
Oh,
in.
no,
here.
I was just
I need to go
curious.
get ready to go to sleep. Yeah, I'll probably get home right around that time
There
and
you
then
go.
turn the draft on.
Has
and
there
watch
ever
it.
been a year you can recall where you've seen our faces past 4:30? Because the answer is no.
No,
You've
I don't-
never seen us.
I don't think so.
we grind all day. And then I'm ready to go
Usually
to
I
bed.
start losing track of time around that point in
Yeah.
the festivities.
That's about how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, the appointment television thing is a valid,
It's weird
thing
though.
to
Not
bring
like I
up.
was thinking about this last night of not because I had the World Cup on throughout the day. Right, there's exciting games. Obviously, the way it ended was awesome. But it's not. It's a little bit. That's more of like, okay, we're home. Let's. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
This game's on. Turn it on. And you end up watching it.
It's more like day baseball.
Yeah, it's like a day baseball
like,
game.
hey,
oh, look at that.
great.
Hey, let's keep
Looks
an eye on
gorgeous
this.
at Wrigley today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but to go to the Fox point on ESPN, yesterday they were caught debating on one of their morning hot take shows.
Yeah.
They were doing debates. Are dynasties truly good for the NBA? Or have we moved past needing dynasties?
Oh, don't you worry. I got a Quake take from yesterday on ESPN that I pulled for today's
And
show.
people were
the
like-
return of Quake takes will happen today.
I remember seeing like tweets and people were like, isn't this something you holster for August?
Yeah, are we using
August
this
like
ammunition?
10th when you have nothing happening?
It's a little too quick of a turnaround on the dynasty
So-
takeaway.
Well, here's my question also. So if you're not like FIFA, the rights for FIFA and what everybody pays, so how much highlight action or accessibility does ESPN actually have?
Oh, they
Or
have full access.
to highlights?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I don't know how that works because
Because
the Olympics is always weird that way.
You always get the still photos.
Yeah, you can't show the
but
highlights of the
very
Olympics.
few actual live highlights.
That's actually a good follow-up
I'm
from
telling-
ESPN.
I've watched SportsCenter.
Yeah,
Oh,
all
that's
week.
fine.
Let's-
They've
yeah.
shown the
Okay.
World Cup highlights.
okay.
How much did Fox pay for the World Cup?
Probably a stupid amount of money.
Yeah, I don't know
mean,
how long their deal was because it wasn't like a one-off. They got like
No.
3 or 4 of them.
Did they?
and-
Do you think they made it? Are they going to make the number they spent on it back in advertising?
Yes.
especially
Do you think they will?
Yes. I
if the
think that they will.
U.S. gets into the knockout a couple of rounds.
Do you think the NFL
Dude,
does?
there was. I think so.
They
yeah.
don't.
They don't make their money back.
Networks do not make their money back that they spend.
What about years that they have a Super Bowl?
Super Bowls might be a little different, but I remember hearing John Skipper talk about this. He used to run ESPN, and he goes, people think networks who spend like $6 billion, $7 billion, $8 billion, whatever it is,
Right.
make that back in advertising. They don't.
There was
That's a lot of money to be made
That is
back
true.
in advertising.
So this says that Fox is paying valued somewhere around $1 billion.
that's all it took?
Yeah, it's not quite, and I don't know how many years is that just for this year. I'm not sure, but there
Hmm.
was a story that came out yesterday. One of the things I do chuckle at watching, I didn't quite realize we have is these hydration breaks. It's like quarters, but
Yeah.
not quarters. So it's like we're taking a pause, but the game's still going on.
yeah, nobody's buying that.
Like, and they estimated there was somebody
because they're adding that's added advertising
Yes.
in the course of the game
Which
that's
doesn't
never
usually
been
happen.
there before.
There was a ad executive or somebody who on Awful Announcing estimated that they will make just on hydration break ad sales $250 million for the
If
tournament.
that's true and this story I'm reading is true,
Mm-hmm.
Fox paid $500 million for the event.
Only $500 million. Okay,
For just this.
Let me make sure I have this. Fox Sports is set for.
so
a
they're
FIFA
making
World
half
Cup
of their
on
money
home
back
turf.
just on hydration
Yeah.
breaks. Now, do they always do hydration breaks, or
No,
is that
this
totally
is-
just made up
That
just
normally
for this event?
There's no way they paid only $500 million.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
That's a corrupt organization. They're going to want more than that.
Right? That was
so hydration. Usually there's a temperature like gauge, like if it's above 88
Yeah,
or
the year
90
we played in Qatar or whatever.
something,
Yeah.
then yes, it's up to the referee's discretion. This year they mandated it. Now there were some of the venues, obviously down in Texas and in the summer, they're
Yeah, where
like
it's hot. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I don't know, man.
forecast is
It
going to
might
be 90 and humidity
Right.
up there.
It might be $500 million.
that's not that
I'm
much
seeing
at
multiple
all.
stories. Like they bought the rights to FIFA's World Cup TV deal for 480 to 500 million.
Wow.
You're getting $20 million for the first USA game. That number's only going to go up for every game, I would guess, that they play if they
no
continue
doubt.
to play
Friday,
this way. Like,
Especially once the other players start meeting each
man.
other in these matches.
Oh, yeah. You get an Mbappe versus Messi matchup.
Oh, I mean, it's over.
There's a chance. I was talking to my brother last night. We went for a walk around the neighborhood. He said that there's a chance, if everything shakes the way it might shake, that England and the United States might play in Philly on the 4th of July.
That is so patriotic and awesome.
Wow.
On the 250th birthday of America, we could get USA versus England and not in like
Down the road
Kansas
from
City,
Independence
not
Hall
in
and the
SoFi
Liberty
Stadium,
Bell.
in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
I shake my head.
The
I
Continental
really do.
Congress is ready.
I absolutely really shake my head in real time seeing what people view as patriotism and how we gloat about America. I will tell you right now, there is a flag on the back of my electric vehicle.
Yeah, on
if
that
we
day,
play England on
the 4th of July, you're going to put one out
in
the back window.
Philadelphia, you better ring the Liberty Bell,
right.
bitch. Let's go.
Now, what do you want to see from the English fans, though? You want them all coming in their red coats?
Oh,
Yes, I think
that
you
would
have
be
to.
so
If you're an English
funny.
fan, you got to play into it. We need red coats in that stadium with your fake powdered wigs.
Yes.
Get those on by. Get a bulk
There
purchase.
better be iced tea at this event.
Somebody's got to dump iced
There's
tea
gotta
into
be
a body
tea.
of water somewhere. I know that was Boston, but it's okay.
It doesn't matter.
4th of July, we got to live this up. Now, once I heard that there's a chance that that happens, we desperately need that.
Yeah.
That would be incredible.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Did
on
you
that.
see what has to occur? Like who wins
your
the
brother
group
told you
and
this?
who?
Yeah,
Let me look it up. I'll look it up for you.
Yeah, he's getting super into soccer. He just sent me
a lot of people are.
Yeah, I mean, his my nephew loves
Well,
soccer.
if you
so
didn't
they
get
were
inspired yesterday watching three of the biggest names in the
So
sport,
it's mathematically impossible according to this AI overview.
So this says one possible theory is that if the USA wins Group D,
yes,
and England finishes as the runner-up
In Group L?
in whatever group is
Yeah.
that what group they're in?
Yep.
The two sides would play in the round of 16 on July 4th in Philadelphia.
okay.
So they need to finish what again in Group L?
Second.
Who's in Group L?
Hang on.
I got it. Okay,
Croatia.
Croatia might be
Croatia's
sneaky.
good.
Yeah, Croatia's
Okay.
good.
Croatia could do it.
I'm hoping there might be a Croatia World Cup game
Yeah.
while we're ported in one of the.
I asked for
While the town's
Croatian
going crazy.
destinations.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun.
That would
asked
be
for a bracket.
That's
going
to be a fun experience being overseas in country. Well, I guess in Italy they're not in the tournament.
No, but we figured there'll probably be some sort of.
Oh, people will still be
because
watching.
all the games are going
They
to
still
be
care.
Yeah.
late evening into the middle of the night.
Oh, yeah.
So, like the U.S. game on Friday will be a 9 p.m. local time kickoff
Got
because it's
it.
noon here.
Are we a villain in soccer around the country or around the world?
I think we're disregarded in
Not
soccer
even cared
around
about?
the country.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I don't
didn't know
think
if that
we're
was-
viewed as
That's
anything.
cute.
I know that people
Yeah,
hate us in a
that's
lot of
cute.
sports. Like, oh, cute, you won a game.
That's
okay.
he is accurate. That's
Yeah.
cute.
So
Nobody-
there's more
not
of
good enough
this
to hate.
team. There's more players on this team that play club soccer over in Europe.
Yes.
So there might be a few more recognizable names, but
I think we're closer to Cape Verde than we are France. Around the world.
but no, it's
If you want to know my thoughts.
Historically speaking, you're not
hey.
wrong. Hey,
the U.S. is frisky this year.
Hey.
They beat Paraguay?
What is the matter with you?
all right,
over
I
there?
guess.
Cape Verde's going on a run this year. Did you see the story about their keeper? Look at me, I'm getting my soccer lingo down.
Oh,
Yes.
I have soccer stuff on the show today. Yesterday was pretty monumental. in
It
its story.
was.
Yesterday was outstanding.
No, what about the keeper at Cape
So
Verde?
he had.
So
They
he's
obviously
40.
drew the game or what it
He had
draw.
7 actual saves.
He was outstanding, made a bunch of saves, and
Yeah.
it's like, who's this little country? And oh my God, nothing against Spain, 0-0 against Spain. He surpassed in one day. He went from having, I can't remember what the exact number was, but I want to say like 850,000 followers on Instagram going into the game.
Yeah.
And in one day, he surpassed Wembanyama, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and basically every athlete in American sports, and now has 9 million followers on Instagram.
God, that's awesome.
So he had
one one day
For
Yes.
7
for that
saves.
game
Yeah.
and that performance, he shot out. He now has 9 million followers on Instagram.
so he played on a second-tier Portuguese team as his club team. So he probably had everybody in Portugal or
Yeah, they
that
probably
follows
follow-
that
yeah.
team, and then everybody on
Cape
Cape
Verde,
Verde
yeah.
that has access to the internet.
What is there, 400,000 people on the island?
85,000 or
At
something.
what number on Instagram do you start saying those are fake?
Oh, yeah. I
Oh,
don't
the
know.
bots?
Like,
Up to 9 million is a massive, massive
Like
jump.
Mr. Beast, the YouTuber, he just celebrated 500 million subscribers. And I dropped down, and people are making points of like, how anticlimactic was this video? It looks like somebody faking caring about the subscriber thing, because he was like, he got to 500.
Yeah.
Remember like in the Social Network when
Yes.
they counted the million? Mr. Beast is just live, and they just 500 million. He's like, woo! Yeah! Poof! Oh, I'm so happy! People were like, dude, what kind of fake crap
That's
is
it?
this?
That's all you got?
But people were like, at least 280 million of these things have to be fake.
I would tend to agree with
There's
you.
500
million people
humans individually
using YouTube, let alone subscribe
on
to his
YouTube.
channel.
Yeah, right. Like, what's the number on Instagram that you go, not that you're buying the bots, but
Right.
just the bots are attracted to your account?
The bots flock to you.
Yes.
At 9 million is you're bordering on
I
it.
think, see, and this is where I'm
a
playing.
9
the
million
goalie.
jump is huge. 9 million people.
I mean, maybe he did, but
It's just a funny thought of like we watched that. We talked about it when it was happening. It was a crazy outcome.
we
Like, oh
watched
my god,
like 3 of his
yeah,
saves.
we did early on in the game. Everybody wants the Spain coach to get fired. Get him out of here. This guy's a bum.
Yeah.
The idea though that would then lead you to go follow him on Instagram is a funny move. Maybe I just use social media differently, but like the idea, oh, now I got to go follow that guy on Instagram. Is he a good poster? Does he have good content? Do I get like goalie takes?
I don't think people follow other people like that. Mostly like my nephew's best friend who just committed to Oregon.
Yeah.
I saw him the couple days after he had committed, and we were talking, and we were going over like, hey, this is, and I just give him my thoughts as somebody who covers and watches sports, and I'm like, oh man, you got to be careful, right? Like, don't be going on the internet if you have a bad game or anything like that.
Right. Stay
and
off.
he goes, oh, I know, it's been crazy, and I go, really? He's like, dude, so many followers. The minute he committed to Oregon, it was like,
I bet. Yeah.
just filled it right up.
Popping off. And I'm sure since he was committed to Washington State, there were probably some very nice things said by Cougar fans in the comments to a 17, 18-year-old
We've seen
kid.
some of those nice comments.
Yes.
Those nice comments could come in and
they just come flying on in, from the good of your heart. Tell me how you really feel, man. I appreciate. Thank you. You never met me, but I appreciate the positive feedback on my life decisions.
that's got to be the whirlwind, I think, of any kind of celebrity, whether you're sports or entertainment, is just from 1 minute being, oh, yeah, I kind of know that guy, to
Right.
whoop, now you're another level, and it's insane.
9 million Instagram follow. I mean, that is more than I'm pretty sure every American outside of like LeBron. I don't know
I'm
how many
actually
LeBron
surprised
has.
to hear that 9 million is only the level for
Let me see what that would
some of the
yeah.
names. Like Mahomes is only 9.
I get-
Wemby's only less than 9. That's
yeah.
I would have guessed all of those guys are in the 15 million follower range.
I would have too, but I also don't know how active they are. Like some people don't even like Tiger Woods probably has a lot of followers, but he never actually posts on his own.
Yeah.
Outside of it, look, LeBron is the most on
LeBron
Instagram.
has the most?
159 according to Google AI.
Yeah, see, I think
huge.
these
Steph
guys
is 57.
Yep.
Russell Westbrook 21.
Yeah, see,
why are
there's-
we just getting NBA players?
Well, because I think they're the most popular.
Probably. Messi has the most in the world at 512 million. Speak of
That's
500 million.
That I
Crazy.
actually believe.
Yeah, then you go to LeBron second, 154.
Those are not bots.
Shaq down
There's
to
a few
35.
bots in there.
Yeah.
Floyd Mayweather, who's in the news for wonderful things, 28.7 million.
Imagine making 400 million and writing a check that bounces for 100 grand.
What's that possible?
What?
Broke little B.
How-
God, what are you doing?
Didn't he just do a stupid like Netflix fight and get $100
I
million
mean, we know
payment?
he's not great with money, but jeez, dude, just awful.
And you got a lot of child support payments in there.
Well, let's get it going. Let's try to be on time today. We got a loaded show, a lot to discuss. Giannis Antetokounmpo in the headlines today again.
Ooh, did we pull off the trade? Has it happened yet?
I think we're in line.
We're in line?
I think we're in line.
What ticket do we have for that rye bread? What number do we have?
We are the stealth sneak team that's going to get in this and be like, oh my God, they went for it.
Okay, we might have number one.
Do I know that for a fact? I don't, but I'm willing to
Sauces.
say it nonetheless.
Sauces.
We got a Statter Story Wednesday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for hanging with us. Let's get it going. Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1, The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air, serving Portland, Southwest Washington, and the Gorge. Online at ANEHeatingandCooling.com. It's hard to stop a train. First on the Fan, Kylian Mbappe, Erling Haaland, and Lionel Messi combined for 7 World Cup goals on Tuesday. France, Norway, Argentina, all scoring decisive victories to open their group play schedules. It was Messi's first career World Cup hat trick, and it tied him for the most career goals in World Cup history. 4 more matches today will start 10 a.m. Cristiano Ronaldo in his final World Cup leading Portugal against the Congo. At 1 o'clock, England faces Croatia. That's at Jarrah World. 4 p.m. in Toronto, Panama and Ghana. The nightcap, 7 o'clock, has Colombia battling Uzbekistan. Portland Fire back home at Moda Center. They wrap up Commissioner's Cup play tonight against their rival Seattle Storm. 7 o'clock tip on 910 ESPN Portland. Pregame coverage at 6:45. The Fire, 3.5-point favorites. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
This is
All right, welcome back in. Quite the extravaganza in the sports world yesterday. We got quite the gift. We had a total of 7 goals scored by 3 of the best players in the world. You had Erling Haaland, who is this dynamite player out for the Premier League, playing for Norway. He got 2 goals in his first match.
Learned about this guy yesterday. Who's this big dude?
I knew
He
about
looks
him.
good.
I knew about him going into the Premier League fandom thing that I'd started this year, and I read a really interesting article that he goes to a farm near a house that he lives in.
Okay.
And he picks which steaks he wants to eat because he's a full drink milk eat steak guy. He's Jim Harbaugh.
Are we talking he looks at the cow and says, cut that one up for me? Or
Yeah.
he picks out the pieces of meat after they've been cut?
All of it.
All of it, okay.
All of it. They show him the steak cuts and he goes, that one.
Bessie over there,
I
cut
want
her up.
that cow, cut him up.
Cut that cow.
And he is just an absolute machine, dude. He's huge. When you see him on just the Premier League,
He looked massive yesterday.
he looks massive.
Yeah, he stands out. A lot of the other goal scorers seem
Is he
small and quick twitch.
Completely
and
6'4".
I don't know if he's entirely 6'4". He just is big. He's a behemoth. And when
Yeah.
your team plays
I'd
him,
like
you're
to
nervous.
see him next to safeties and linebackers of the NFL.
See, I always think it's the NBA guys that are better comps to stand these guys next to get an idea of God, they're
stand
big,
him
but
next
they're
to
not
Steph
that
Curry
big.
and see what he looks like.
Right.
Yeah.
Because Steph Curry is a lot bigger in person than he looks on
Why
the
are
television.
people all of a sudden saying Steph Curry's 6'2"? Isn't he
'Cause they're trying to
6'3.5"?
put him- yeah, he's
I know
almost
he's a
6'4".
bit slight compared
It's about
to
the
some
Brunson debate. People want to say that a small guard has led a team to a championship before.
That's
dudes.
what
He's
Brunson might be
6'2" and-
6'1".
Yeah, he's tiny.
There's people that think
ESPN,
he's 5'11".
Haaland, is that how you say this guy's name?
Erling Haaland.
Holland.
Yeah.
ESPN lists him 6'5", 205.
Yeah. And I would guess he's every bit of that listing of 6'5".
They'd look that on TV yesterday.
So he gets 2 goals.
He's a beast.
You have Kylian Mbappe, who many
Yes.
regard as maybe the best player right now in the world. He got 2 goals.
Yeah.
And then the GOAT, Lionel Messi, had a hat trick yesterday.
Pretty damn cool, man.
Dude, yesterday was, I know there's been really good stuff, and people are really into the World Cup, and we've had a lot of close, surprise draws, and a lot of draws. Yesterday was the best day of World Cup action.
They
'cause
needed
you had
that after a day of 4 draws.
You needed it badly.
Yeah, because you had a 0-0, 2 1-1s, and 1 2-2 draws the day before. You didn't have anybody win a game, and that's always where, you lose me a little bit. I'm, sitting around for that long, and I get the draw being a good result for some teams, right? Like the Cape Verde draw against Spain is much different than some other teams that may be playing down to their competition. Vice versa for Spain, it's a horrible draw for them. Yesterday was exactly what you wanted. I mean, it was household names. I don't even watch soccer, and I've heard of most of these guys. And it's one thing to have big names on the big stage. It's another for the big names to come out and perform. And you got every single one of them to come out and do something that almost felt unique after the last one. And then I think we get Ronaldo today, right? Isn't he playing today?
Yes, Portugal's up first.
People have already made jokes of like, dude, how many shots is that guy going to take in the lineup today?
Well, the first question is he going to be in the starting 11?
How much is he going to play?
If he's playing, that guy's going to take 80 shots today every time he touches the ball because he just saw all these other guys put on performances yesterday and he wants to one up and be in the headlines. So for somebody who doesn't care a lot about soccer, I'm still getting into the World Cup. Yesterday was phenomenal, man. It was fun all the way to the end of the night with Messi with the hat trick.
With Messi's hat trick, he tied Germany's Miroslav, is it Klose?
Klose
for the most career World Cup goals. Here's how it sounded on Telemundo.
Ahí va Messi, prefiere con Nico por aquí. González para Messi. Messi, Messi, Messi. ¡Gol! ¡Gol!
Wait for it.
The one, the only, Andres Cantor.
That is so good. That is so good, man. Go!
I don't have that in my bag of tricks.
You don't think you could
You
bust
can't
that
go
out?
that long?
Not two of them back to back. I might be able to give you one.
Well, the first one's probably about 4 seconds. The second one is the extender, but he doesn't give himself much of a break between.
No. It was a quick go right back into it.
So, yeah.
Dude.
So, and he's got to just respond in the moment. Like when I'm at the Hops and I bring the Hops out of the dugout after the hype video, I give it a big old "Here Come Your Hillsboro Hops" and hold it for a while. But
how long do you hold hops?
It's more Hillsboro that I will hold because sometimes they're farting around in the dugout and not paying attention. And
you're trying to get them out
trying
of there.
to wait until the first guy gets up the steps.
I said, Hillsboro. Time to go, boys.
It'd be funny if you didn't notice it till you started saying it, and then you're just like looking around, but you're still dragging it out. Hillsboro!
Oh.
I think last year there was a couple of times they were seeing how long I could go.
Now they're just playing with you.
Because I usually wait till the first or second guy gets like out of the dugout and then go into hops.
It's like when you get the pitchers who do the standoff after the national anthem and then end up getting tossed from the game.
Yeah,
and they stand out there on the field, first one to move.
Yeah,
loses,
they're not budging.
And the umpire's like, get out of here. And he just tosses them both out of the game.
Who was that? What game was that? Two players were just tossed for not sitting down for the after the anthem.
Was it the Angels? I want to say it was the Angels.
It was two guys not going to play, but they just had a battle.
Yeah, they weren't in the rotation. It was like,
Yeah.
let's just have fun. I'm going to go hang out in the clubhouse today.
Yeah.
And they just stood on the field, and the umpire's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, this just happened. I think it was last week.
Last week
There was
or
2
so.
weeks. Tampa and Anaheim, it
Yeah,
looks
it
like.
was
Maybe
the
that's who it
Angels.
was. Was that 2 weeks ago?
Lance Barrett in Tampa.
Yeah.
No, Lance Barrett was the umpire. Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago that it just happened.
So, look, Mbappe in France, the favorite for many. Erling Haaland is still catching on with people who maybe aren't familiar with Premier League guys, right?
Now I know a new name.
Messi, so he does this yesterday. He scores the 3 goals. The third one is just, it's so insane, the precision he has when he shoots. It's just nuts.
Just weaves it through four dudes.
4 or 5 defenders in the corner, just where the goalie just cannot reach. He gets his third goal. And then, of course, it turns into the GOAT debate stuff because that's what we do in sports. They do it in soccer.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the analyst's name, but he's like, you can make a case for whoever you want to make a case for. You can't make a case against. And I thought that was an interesting way of having a conversation about all-time great player in a sport and just truly how cool and unique it is for us, even if we're not the diest of soccer fans like other people out there, to be able to witness the greatest player to ever play the sport, and he's still doing it at this age on this stage.
While playing in the MLS, too, now. Like, it's not even like he's at the peak of his powers in his year, Champions League days.
And he doesn't play every game in the MLS. If there's turf, he's out.
Yeah, so he has tied the all-time goal record for the World Cup, right? So one more, he will be the all-time leader in goals in the World Cup.
Hard to imagine he's not going to get
happen.
one more in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I would be curious, too, from an outsider looking in, like, do we view this as modern NFL passing records? Of like, yeah, you're going to be top 5 all time, but are you really top 5 all time?
No, not with him.
Does that make? Because don't we have more games than we've ever had now? I'm not saying in terms of the GOAT debate. I'm just saying in terms of the record of the World Cup.
That I can't. Well, yeah, because
it's expanded now, and there's more opportunities.
But
and you're playing Algeria in the first game.
His caliber and talent is just. I think people would have just said regardless.
I was just glad it happened because I knew he was playing last night. And I'm like, let's turn it on, see what Messi does. And I don't know anybody else on their team. I can't name any other players. He's the only one. And if they beat Algeria 3-0, and it's 3 other guys that score goals, it's like, okay, Argentina looks like they're going to be really good this year, but there's not a lot of noteworthy things out of it. That was the one thing that the casual fan and I think the diehard fan both wanted to see was a performance like that. You want to see these guys go show out on the biggest stage.
Arrowhead looked like it was sold out 80 whatever thousand they stuffed in there.
Well, I mean, they've been supporting Algeria and Lawrence as we played with that old guy, and then it's Messi.
And it's Messi. So
Messi sold out Auburn, Alabama.
Yeah.
That was one of their friendlies going into it, too. Did you see the video of Jameis Winston in the Argentina rooting section? He was wearing a Messi jersey and he was holding a goat stuffed animal. And when they scored the last goal, he's freaking out and high-fiving everybody with this goat stuffed animal in his hand. It was hilarious.
It does feel largely less toxic to have the conversation in soccer than it does the way we do it in basketball.
I like the idea of don't tear down, you build up your fighter. You choose your fighter, give me the reasons why you think he's the GOAT, the accolades, the accomplishments, but it doesn't have to be because you're building one up, you have to tear the other one down.
Yeah, I think that's what my takeaway was, is the proper way, in my opinion, as somebody that has dabbled in the GOAT stuff in basketball, I've always said I always view basketball realistically as a farm of GOATs.
Yes.
More so than there's just one player, right? Like that's really unfair to eras prior and eras past.
Yes.
Because
in
soccer,
if you want to make the case and your GOAT is Michael Jordan, I think you can say it the exact same way. Like you can make an argument for Kareem, if Bill Russell, Wilt, Magic, LeBron, whoever that is for you. You can make the case. You can't make the case against.
No.
That's the thing.
I like the idea of doing it that way.
I do too.
And I imagine because he's had to have checked every big box that you could check, right? He's
Pretty
won
much.
a World Cup, which you probably have to have in order to be considered
They
the
just
GOAT.
won the MLS Cup.
MLS Cup. I'm assuming he won championships in
La Liga. Where was he? Was he Barcelona?
I think he's Barcelona.
Many
Or some of them over there say
years.
Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Barcelona?
Yeah, they are TH over there.
Did he win an
Barcelona.
Olympic? Did he ever win an Olympic gold?
I don't know.
That's the only one I don't know.
Do people care about soccer in the Olympics?
That's the sport
Not
I know the least about is Olympic soccer.
There was a point at which they switched up the player allocation, so it's mostly players 23 and under, and I can't remember which Olympics they did that because they didn't want it to just be a repeat of the World Cup. The World Cup wanted to stay what it was every 4 years. So it was mostly 23 and under, and then you could have like 2 or 3 players over the age of whatever that threshold was.
Right.
But I don't know when they instituted that rule in the Olympics.
Looks like he was with Barcelona from about 2005 all the way to 2021.
Yeah.
So that's a hell of a run right there.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple years, it feels like maybe a World Cup or 2 World Cups ago, people were having a debate. Is it Ronaldo? Is it Messi?
And then he finally won it
and then
in the last
won it,
one.
And that's separated everything.
And you can't have a soccer GOAT debate without Pelé.
You know what's interesting? The guy didn't name him.
Really, in the debate?
He didn't. Well, he wasn't going through who he just started naming guys.
Yeah.
And Pelé was not one of the names. He mentioned the other Ronaldo, Brazil's Ronaldo.
Yes.
But he did not mention
Which one
Pelé.
was Ronaldinho? Was that the Brazil guy?
That was also a Brazil guy.
Okay, Brazil had a Ronaldo too?
Yes.
Yeah.
They did? There's 2 Ronaldos?
There's 2 Ronaldos.
I remember Ronaldinho. I remember that name.
Yeah, he said Ronaldo, Brazil.
Brazil Ronaldo.
He said you can mention anybody you want.
Portuguese Ronaldo.
You
pick your Ronaldo fighter.
You cannot make a case against.
Yeah, what if we get another Messi? What country is he going to be from?
Oh, well.
Get another one down the road.
Is any of his kids good at soccer? Do we know if Messi's kids are good at soccer?
I imagine there's getting one who's got the genes that could get it done. I think you just got to worry about the work ethic when you're that big and that rich and that famous. Like, are you going to get a kid that has the drive that wants to go do it?
He's a fascinating dude. I couldn't tell you what he sounds like for $1 billion.
Neither could I. And I think he loves playing in the MLS because he can go into a grocery store and probably 90% of the people in there don't recognize him.
Yeah, at some point that's going to stop.
At some point I'm sure it will.
It's not already stopped in Miami.
I'm
but
sure
it
the World
also
Cup
hopes
won't
that he's
help us.
only 5'6",
Yeah,
so
he
he's
kinda
not like
blends
an
in.
NBA player that
Right.
everybody's looking up like
Put
Yes.
a hoodie on and you
I
you
should
walk
know
through
I
wherever
should
you
know
want.
that's somebody important. I should know who that is.
Yeah, if LeBron James walks through a grocery store in the United States of America, everybody in the grocery store knows who that is.
That
And it
is
just isn't
so
the case for
funny
Messi.
you said that. I was just at something and I saw a 6'5" black guy, and my thought was,
Which Blazer is that?
I know this guy. I know this guy.
What year did he play?
I think it ended up being Thomas Gardner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Thomas Gardner.
I
really?
hadn't seen him in so long.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
It's a throwback name.
I know this guy. And I Google imaged. I was like, is that Thomas Gardner?
Right.
And I Google imaged it. Boom, there he was. He's got a little gray in the beard now. And I was like, all right, how about that?
I'd love to interview Messi in person, one of the few dominant all-time professional athletes that I might be looking like eye to forehead to. Make me feel good.
I don't think you'd actually want to interview him.
No, I'd be a little. Actually, I don't know how intimidated I would be.
I don't
'cause
think you'd be
really-
intimidated. I don't
Yeah.
think he's very
Probably not a very good interview.
lively as an interview guy.
Never heard him talk before.
That's
but
what
I-
I'm saying.
I know that I'm taller than him. That
Yeah,
makes
you
me
got
feel
that
good.
going
I
for
got
you.
that going for me.
You're not the GOAT, though.
No,
he
I'm
is
not.
the GOAT. I got leftovers from the NBA Finals. A couple things that caught my eye I want to get to involving the New York Knicks. We'll get to that. Dirt and Spray. Back with more on The Fan. Fan text line is where you can reach the show at 503-864-6326. Good morning. Dirt and Sprague with you on this beautiful little hump day. Hope your commute's going all right. Happy summer to everybody out there. Sorry for teaching some of the kiddos out there a phrase that was written on a bikini barista board yesterday. I apologize profusely for that. I will try not to do that today.
Let's not do that one today. Let's stay away from that one.
Dirt and Sprague summer school begins.
It's a school of hard knocks all summer.
They're going to figure it out eventually.
Somebody's got to teach these kids the things they need to know.
The parents need to be the ones to do it, not me, so I apologize for that.
Take that responsibility on?
We will dive into kind of a laundry list of things at the top of the 7 a.m. hour that I want to talk about in regards to something we care about locally. But I had leftover New York Knicks stuff. I don't know if you've been observing or watching or seeing any clips of them hitting the morning show circuits the couple days after they won the title.
They have been everywhere, man. They were on Fallon. They were on
Good Morning
America. They were at the World Cup game at MetLife Stadium. These guys are going to be the kings of New York all summer long. And the
parade's tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. That's going to be a crazy scene.
The scene is going to be absolutely nuts. Unfortunately for us, we won't be able to react to it until Monday.
Yeah, we don't have a show on
If
Friday.
there's anything that's really from it.
I'm sure there'll be some fun audio here or there, but we don't tend to talk too much about parades unless somebody says something funny.
Well, I got a couple things here. First, what does it say that we found out this was the highest watched NBA Finals since Jordan's 98 season?
Yeah,
of all the years we've had, all the champs, all the interesting subplots, Cleveland winning their first championship. Like, think of everything that has transpired from 98, the end of Jordan's run, his last shot, to this year. And I'm not shocked. I think I have it on the record on the show of telling you I thought this was going to be the most watched since 98.
Yes.
And you kind of going, really? And I just, there was something about Wemby. It's New York. But
I think we forget how ginormous.
But what does it say that this
York
is the one since 98?
It's so some perspective too. The difference between this one and the Cavs and Warriors series, the highest rated actual Cavs and Warriors series was not the 3-1 comeback. It was the following year, which was the first Kevin Durant NBA Finals against LeBron.
That was the higher rated. And
that
on
one
an average,
$20.38 million.
Well, I think you add KD, it's a rematch.
Yeah, it just wasn't that compelling of a series for me. If I remember correctly, that was the game one where LeBron went for 50 and the JR not knowing the time. The year before in the comeback averaged $20.2 million. This year averaged 20.5. So you're in that kind of realm of where you were at ratings wise. Highest obviously since 1998. And those are really the couple that came close. It's hard to kind of put a finger on what the different reasons are in terms of like the scale of it, right? Like I certainly acknowledge New York is a massive media market. They have not won a championship since 1973. There are Knicks fans. Like, if you think about national fandoms, how many teams have bigger national fandoms than the Knicks? You have a ton of Knicks fans in your life. I know there's Lakers are obviously a national fandom. There's a handful of teams that are that way. Golden State maybe is this way now.
Yeah.
But not every organization in the NBA works that way. So you're roping in a lot of people. There's more fans of that team than many others across the league. It's a major media market. You have the celebrities involved. You did have the touch of the political controversy with the president of the United States being there. That was talked about on the news ad nauseum for a couple of days when he attended Game 3 and the booze and what was the experience in MSG. And then you also, I think, on the other side have something that we've never. And listen, at least in modern times, you could probably go back a long ways and say, it's similar to a Wilt or a Kareem. Like a guy like Wemby is just such a freak, and he's hard to look away from. Like it's compelling to watch him because it's not another 6'6" dominant wing that we've seen time and time again, who's knocking down turnaround jumpers. He's a 7'4" guy knocking down threes, dribbling, and playing the game in a style that, at least in my eyes, I've never seen before. And so I think you kind of throw all of these things into a melting pot. What's the most important? It's probably the Knicks angle, but I think they all contributed into being the most watched that we've had since 1998.
Another element of this, I was wondering yesterday, because I've watched a decent chunk of their morning show hits. OG Anunoby, high as a kite on one of the shows.
Yes, he was.
I don't.
They asked him a question directly. He didn't even say anything.
I don't know. I want to say this: any NBA player dabbling in marijuana, not a surprise.
No,
it's more like I've seen OG Anunoby enough, and I just watched him in the finals have the biggest New York Knick moment since Willis Reed limped out.
The tip-in comeback 29-point game.
And he literally didn't smile about it. I didn't know how much of that was OG Anunoby high or OG Anunoby socially awkward, not a big conversationalist.
It might not even be high, too. It could just be that they literally didn't sleep.
Well, there was a story written about him, and I thought it was really interesting. So his dad, where they were living, I think in Missouri, if I'm not mistaken, he basically didn't want to go to the park and interact with kids. He begged his dad for a basketball hoop, and he said, "I will use it every day if you buy it."
Really?
And his dad was like, "It's the greatest investment I've ever made in my life."
Just put it in the driveway and he's playing every day.
Yeah, and he was out there every single day because he's not a big social guy.
Yeah.
He's always been a little socially awkward. So I didn't know if that was him high or him just being.
There was just a funny moment where they asked, "So OG, what's up? What was it about Mike Brown? Blah blah blah." And he didn't
respond, and everybody starts laughing.
He's like, "Do you want me to answer?" Brunson was like, "You want me to answer this one for you? I'll go ahead and take this one for you."
Aside from the fans being jackasses and Jim Dolan,
yes,
the element I thought about with this team with you is how do we end up hating this team?
I'm not there yet. It'll take me a while to get there.
Well, but try to envision yourself hating them aside from, they just win it again. I don't know how they play and who they are.
The only thing that happens is if they win like 3 in a row. Then it'll be like, all right, enough. The New York stuff's I'm tired of it.
But that's the only way.
That's it. There's nothing on their team or nothing about their players to me that is unlikable. I've always liked Cat. What he went through personally off the court, I think, was a heartbreaking story and incredibly tough to overcome.
Yep.
Brunson being this undersized guard that everybody counted out was a second-round pick. His first team didn't want him to stick around or didn't give him the fair compensation. He's now rattling cages around the league for Supermax guys of saying, I took $100 million off the table to spread around the roster. Now there's pressures on other guys to do that. OG Anunoby seems like a genuinely good dude. Josh Hart, we loved Josh Hart when he was in Portland. He's the quintessential role player that every team that wants to try and win should try and have because he does all the dirty things. There's nothing unlike. I love Mike Brown too. Doesn't love Mike Brown. Everything about this team is likable. There's nothing that I despise about them. The only thing that will change that is if they go, and I just don't think it's going to happen. That's part of the reason they seem a little harmless is nobody's doing the dynasty thing to them that we would have done to San Antonio had they won the NBA Finals.
Have you been surprised how quickly Brunson's been elevated in a legacy standpoint? There was a clip that went around that I saw on Blazer Twitter that Bill Simmons has put Jalen Brunson in the top 48 all-time NBA history.
Yeah.
And I said this the minute he won it, and I know people don't like to say it, but I think just 1 to 2 more good years and Brunson's legacy is going to be more highly regarded than Dame's.
I mean, I think he's already there, to be honest.
It's
with
very
you.
possible. That title did everything for somebody.
And it's not like not every title is created equal.
No.
It's not you're the second fiddle on, you're playing alongside SGA and he's the MVP. Or let's say he stayed in Dallas, him and Luka win one. Luka's getting the lion's share of the Dallas championship credit in that alternate scenario.
Well, comp titles. Brunson's 1 title with the Knicks or KD's 2 title
Brunson's
with the Warriors.
1. It's not even debatable.
I don't think it's a debate.
People would take Brunson's title 10 out of 10
I think
over
they
Kevin
would.
Durant. Even Kevin Durant would take that title over his. That's why he walked away.
No, he would just...
he knew they were hollow.
He'd burner account tweet about him.
Yeah, I just, the title thing is I don't make it the end-all, be-all. I understand the argument about it. There's something that's different about this one. When you do it in New York, first one since 73, you're the guy in the fourth quarter. You have the closeout game 5 where you score nearly half of your team's points. That's going to carry a lot of weight.
I mean, that's an all-time
That's an all-time
game,
all-time NBA Finals performance.
That's an all-time sports moment.
If you want to put him ahead of Dame or put him in the top 40, go ahead, dude. I'm not fighting back against it.
It's hard to.
He was unbelievable, and they're not a team. I think one of the things that's been great about the NBA, and there's a larger conversation we can get to because I have a quick take for you today.
Yeah.
But this was the case with Indiana last year.
Yeah.
And New York's the same of there used to be a feeling around the NBA that you had to have a LeBron, Kobe, Shaq, go down the list of guys, right, that were the top 5 in the sport. Nobody would put Jalen Brunson as a top 5 player in the sport.
No, he's never been first team All-NBA.
If you're fantasy drafting the league, he might not even be top 10 for
he's
the majority.
Top 10.
Okay, and maybe now
he
he
made
is.
second team this year, but I think if you made a top 10,
if you're going down a fantasy draft list, though,
there's other guys.
There's other guys that
you
are
might take a young guy and a flyer,
and that's the best player on their team.
I know,
and he's an undersized guard who was a second-round pick. That to me is really encouraging about the NBA, and why there's a lot of love for Brunson because it gives you hope.
Well, we can get to the Quake take today because I saw this as well, and I scratched my head and I went, "What? That's a take?
New York has broken some people's brains.
I agree with it.
Jalen Rose took some shots. He was like, New York, you won 1 title, not 10. Calm down. He's like, that's your takeaway after the NBA Finals?
All right.
We've waited since 1973, and you're telling us to calm down?
Yeah, that's an interesting position to take. A loaded second hour. We kick it off with some odds and ends involving our local team. I'll tell you what I mean. Hour 2, Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. The Stars were doing it right. Tuesday in World Cup action. Kylian Mbappe, Erling Haaland, Lionel Messi combined for 7 goals. Messi had his first career World Cup hat trick, leading their teams to decisive victories, hoping for more action today. Beginning at 10 a.m., Cristiano Ronaldo in his final World Cup leading Portugal against the Congo. 1 p.m., England will take on Croatia at Gerald World. 4 o'clock in Toronto, Panama gets Ghana, and the nightcap is in Mexico City. At 7, Colombia battling Uzbekistan. Portland Fire hosting the Seattle Storm tonight at Moda Center. 7 o'clock tip on 910 ESPN Portland. Pregame at 6:45. The Fire 3.5-point favorites. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Dirt and Sprague all week, just going to come back at 7:01 a.m.
Damn it, Bram Man.
Bit of a lengthy open.
Come on, cut it down.
I didn't use all the drops he sent me for the opens. I cut it down.
I got takes to give.
I've been on the clock all day.
You've
Ready
been
to go.
fantastic today.
There's fire from the hip.
No arguments whatsoever.
A
There
loaded
shouldn't be any
second
for
hour.
you. You're heading out of town. You're getting out of here.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
No.
it doesn't matter. We can go 10 minutes over. It shouldn't bother you at all today.
Literally nothing can make you mad
Nothing
today.
should make you mad today whatsoever.
We might not break till 7:40, and you should just
No.
smile
Whatever.
at the button.
Whatever you want to do. Not even old balls joke. Nothing. Nothing can get to you today. You're jumping on a bird and you're going to Italy.
Swag is off to Italy. We will talk about that trip. He'll be gone for quite some time, and I want to know, he can noodle on this and not get into it right now, how many times will he be on his work email during the trip?
Oh, yeah.
I think it'll be far more than he thinks because he can't
yeah.
quit us.
I want to know how many sporting events he's going to watch.
Yeah, from a European vantage.
I'm curious. Like
standpoint,
if you're going to Italy for 2 weeks, how many sports are you going to watch while you're there in the next 2 weeks?
He's kind of hitting a sweet spot of the soccer will be impossible to ignore because he's in Europe, but
Yes.
everything else, like, who kind of cares?
And you might actually watch more because it's later at night than it would because you're going to be active.
Well,
you're going to be doing stuff
like,
in the
will
middle
the
of the day.
Dodgers slip from first to second? Is that what's going to happen in the span between when he leaves and comes back?
Well, problem with that is, like, if the Dodgers are at home playing at Dodger Stadium at 7 p.m. local time.
What's that, a 5 a.m.?
That's a 4 a.m.
4 a.m.
first
start
pitch.
time. Yeah, you're not watching that.
I don't want to be up at 4
That
a.m.
ain't happening.
Well, if I'm up, I'm still up at 4 a.m.
That's going to be the vacation right there. A lot to go with here in the second hour. I want to start with kind of some odds and ends. It's June 17th. We still don't have a coach.
We do not have a coach.
Don't
yet.
have a Giannis trade.
We don't have a Giannis
Don't have a
trade yet
Giannis
either.
trade.
What are we doing?
I don't know what's happening right now.
Who's TCB and nobody's taking care of business? Where are my people at?
Stanley Cup is over.
It's
Tommy
done.
Two Nickels. What are we doing?
When's their parade? I haven't seen the date on that. Do you guys know?
I haven't seen.
The Hurricanes parade. I'm assuming he'll be there.
Coach hire parade.
Yeah, I mean, we
would
would
think
probably
so.
throw a parade. We would definitely do that.
Oh, my God, the parade.
I feel like
Portland
we've
would
thrown
throw.
parades for
Who
second
would
round
they
picks.
hire to get us to throw a parade at
What's the
at Pioneer Square? Who is it?
Ooh, Steve Kerr. If they hired Steve
It's
Kerr
got to be
away,
like a Spo or something, right?
Spoelstra brought him home.
The
to
hometown
Portland.
kid's coming back. He's
We
got
would-
power.
There would definitely be something in Pioneer Square.
I think you're right.
I mean, we do it for draft picks. If you did it for a legendary coach, two of whom are considered some of the better in the history of the sport, yeah.
Well, I was happy for Blazer fans to go celebrate it last year. I found it quite odd, the Dame return one.
The Dame return parade? Yeah.
Not that you're not happy, nor shouldn't you be happy, nor should the organization not celebrate it.
Right.
It's more like, just 2 years ago, you left because this place sucked.
Right.
And they kind of forced your hand into that. And now it's like, I'm back!
Baby!
It's like, what? All right.
Welcome back. Daddy's home.
Dad moved back in with Mom? What's going on here? I thought they had girlfriends.
There was also the weird vibe of it's a parade, well, not a parade, but they had a little tiny, Pioneer Court Square thing, and then you had the press conference, but he wasn't going to play.
I know.
That was I think that was the bigger downer for me of all right, it's a compelling story. I get it. It's cool. It's fun for fans. I get the nostalgia of it. First game he plays is going to be awesome, but we're going through all this and it's going to be a long ways down the road until he puts a uniform on and plays in a game. We won't even get that until opening night next year, knocking on wood that he stays healthy throughout the offseason.
Yeah, poll question is up. Would Portland throw a Pioneer Courthouse Square rally if they hired Eric Spoelstra?
Yes. Yes, we would.
Yes or no?
I'm pretty sure we did we not throw one for Young Hansen? Parade down Broadway for the Young Hansen man? I don't think we did.
I'm fairly confident we
I'm just joking, but it seems like a very
You're making me wonder
to do.
now, and I'm Googling.
If we sign Rui Hachimura with the mid-level exception, does he get one?
Well, I thought we got him in second-round picks.
Well, I'm not that bad of a trade anymore. I watched the playoffs. Guy's pretty good.
You can vote at Dirt and Sprague on that one. No, but, do you think one has to happen before the other? Can you get the Giannis trade before hiring a coach?
I mean, look, Is
there an order of operation here?
I'd imagine if you're Giannis, you would like to know who your coach would be in the event of a trade to Portland. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe it doesn't matter to him. I also don't really know how the relationships worked in Milwaukee with the last coach, but that seemed like from the outside looking in a bit of a dumpster fire. Guys getting brought in, guys getting fired, the wrong assistants being kept. Doc Rivers comes in, who was an analyst for them, and it just all of that seemed weird and dirty and not good, and it clearly didn't end well for them.
Yeah.
And so, if I put myself in Giannis' shoes and the Blazers are going to try and get a little pressure there if you pull off that trade to get a contract extension done, who am I going to play for? That seems like a relatively important thing to know.
Well, Giannis is in the headlines, and I have some things I want to tie kind of all together here. And Giannis is obviously a big talking point in the league. They want to trade him reportedly before the draft, which is just next week.
Yeah.
So that could be happening at any given moment between now and then. And he's been the subject of conversation for a couple franchises. Boston and Miami seem to be the two most popular talked about teams in regards to a trade, but there's sleeper teams out there. Some people wonder if Portland is going to stay involved in this, even if they can't get him to commit to a long-term extension right away. Mike Wilbon on Around the Horn had this take on Giannis.
I don't believe in Giannis anymore. Giannis is a rumor. Giannis hadn't done jack in the months that matter, which would be May and June since 2021. 5 years is forever in professional sports. Giannis is a multiple-time MVP, a great player, a Hall of Famer, and as you said, a champion. He was that. Yeah. I ain't seen evidence of it. Sorry. A league can now, particularly the NBA, it can pass you by. And with a ton of wings who are 6'9", 6'10" sort of size, DeBanza and Caleb Wilson and those kids coming in the league, Giannis can look obsolete fairly quickly if he can't get his butt out there and contribute heavily, massively in May, June.
So I want to get your thoughts on past his prime. He's a rumor more than he is anything else.
The part of it that is frustrating for me, that I understand where some of the sentiment comes from, is it feels like this has been a never-ending, won't-die story for 3 years. Is Giannis going to be gone? Does he want out? And this is not all Giannis's fault. This is the way the NBA media market works, right? We dealt with this with Dame forever.
He has certainly not helped it, though, in the last year and a half. You could agree with that.
Not at all. And so that's the fatigue that is there. It's just like, dude, enough. Can we just get an answer on this thing already? I want to be traded. I don't want to be traded. I want to stay here. I don't want to stay here.
Yep.
I want an Eastern Conference team. I want a contending team. I wouldn't sign here. I wouldn't re-sign there. It just, I am eagerly, this is Brendan Sorsby level annoyance for me of the story has not changed. The players have not changed. We know the teams involved. We know the potential packages. Let's just get a deal done and move on and react to it. I'm not saying that he's old news and that he can't do it anymore, because I think we should understand and acknowledge in the NBA you need pieces to help you win, and not everything is broken their way. This idea that he is a broken down player, I just don't fully buy into. So they won the title in 2021. They have now had 5 seasons since that championship. In those 5 seasons, he's played 67 games, 63 games, 73 games, 67 games, and then last year he played 36. But also
he wanted
remember,
to play reportedly more.
He easily could have played close to 60 games by the end of the year, but they wanted to shut him down and tank because that's what they viewed as their right long-term plan, and I don't blame them at all for having that plan, and I don't blame him for being upset. But this idea that like he's fallen off. Dude, 2 years ago, he played 67 games. He averaged 30 points, 10.5 rebounds, and 9 assists a game.
Yeah.
Like I
think it's because you haven't been in the mix. You go from winning a title to a one seed losing to the 8.
Let's
and
also
Jimmy
follow
Butler
through on this. They make the trade for Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
The first year that they're together, they're a top 3 seed in the Eastern Conference. Giannis gets hurt at the start of the playoffs. They lose in the first round. The next year they come back together. And Dame pops his Achilles in the first round of the playoffs.
They never really had a lot of time.
And that was it. And then they buy out the contract. He's a free agent. He leaves, and they had nothing around him that was going to win anything this year. And so it's an organization that just got a little over their skis with moves, which I don't blame them for. They won the title. They chased after it a bit. They did not pan out. The Lillard trade was a disaster for them. And that's one of the main reasons why we're here. It's not because Giannis is not an elite player anymore. How many more years can he be at that level? I don't know. And that's a genuine question and debate that we can all have. But the idea is he's a has-been and can't do it anymore.
Right.
That's just not true.
Well, so here's the reason I bring this up. It's not just to get the take from Will Bond, who I just feel like 90% of his NBA stuff is curmudgeon-y and not good and nothing like it used to be. Like, I like Mike Wilbon. He's one of my favorite media members. I love him and Kornheiser together. I have just felt for almost a decade that guy just doesn't actually enjoy anything in regards to the sport of basketball since he retired and stopped covering Michael Jordan. But
it's a bit of a vibe, yeah.
That's kind of the takeaway I have from him. It's more so for me to point out this. So Tiago Splitter got hired by Chicago a couple days ago. We noted that on the show when it broke. And I was going through some reading stuff. Bulls fans have been really funny. I saw one Bulls podcast, a clip circulated of Tiago, and they said he took Scoot Henderson from the biggest bust in the draft to maybe the best value draft pick. It was some extreme kind of takeaway, and I'm like, really?
I'm glad we have that guy on our team, evidently. This is news to me.
Yeah, I guess.
After his 30-point outburst, the guy who got body bagged by a 19-year-old and then didn't score a point in Game 4?
Sure.
The guy who went 0 for?
Whatever you need to tell yourselves in Chicago to be out of the play-in, go ahead and do that. But they were talking about it. And one thing that I read was, and I think it was one of the people with the Bulls, was basically we hired him because he understands and sees our vision. And that really stuck with me. What is our vision?
We don't know yet because we don't know what we're going to do this offseason.
But right now, what do we know? We know Tom Dundon owns the team and he wants to win, right? We know that. Joe Cronin's the general manager, though he lost as one of his assistant GMs to the Dallas Mavericks and Schmitz. What's the vision? And it can't just be as simple as like, win, get better, duh. Like, there has to be, how are you building, when you're building, does it make sense how you're built? Like, there's a lot to that. It's a layered statement to make. And so they don't have a coach yet.
Nope.
I don't know what that coach wants to be successful, but like, how does he envision being a successful coach, whoever that is? And then the Giannis thing. To me, when you look at the Blazers roster, I don't know what the clear-cut vision is. You can say it's built off of playoff season, Sprague, and I would say, well, yeah, I mean, that's fair to say, but what is it really with this current roster? It's unknowns of Shaden Scoot. It's unknowns of what the true ceiling of Donovan Clingan is. Has Tomani Kamara hit the ceiling of what he is as a player? That's not a bad thing, but I'm asking.
Right.
Drew Holiday's old. Dame's coming back. That's fun. He's also old off an Achilles. And Danny Avdia, right? And then you kind of look around and that's what you have. I don't know if Rob Will's back. There's reports that multiple teams are interested, and Portland's basically ready to lose him.
Yeah, why wouldn't they be interested? He had a great year.
So, like, I keep circling back to, it probably is Boston or Miami. All the intel seems to be that.
Yeah.
But, dude, I just couldn't give a rip flat out if he comes over here non-committal on an extension. Give me the closest thing we can have to a magical, fun season.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't go your way because of injuries, I'm not faulting anybody.
No.
But vision is an interesting term to use with the new coach in Chicago who used to coach here. And I look at Portland right now. There's not a whole lot of vision. You don't have a coach.
No.
You seem to try to be making a star player trade. Like, there is kind of no vision right now as we sit today.
I do also chuckle a little bit at the notion, and I know correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Chicago has cleared house with everybody front office wise. Like, it's a whole new group.
Yeah, they're
right?
starting all the way over. That's what their vision is.
To be fair, that's
we're
their
restarting.
vision. But whenever I hear Chicago and vision, I just chuckle because they've been the same team for 15 years. They've been
fair point.
Outside of a Derrick Rose Eastern Conference Finals appearance, it's been 42-40, 41-41, 39-43.
But they interviewed the same guys we interviewed,
They
and
did.
they determined
They did.
that our guy is better than the guy we might hire. That's
Yes.
the interesting thing is you're not only going to comp us to Chicago in the next couple of years, even though Chicago might be bad the first year, but you're going to be watching to say, did we hire the wrong coach and let the wrong guy go? That's going to be part of the conversation here.
And
even if Chicago's not very good, which I would give you because they have the 4th pick of the draft,
right.
I still think,
And our first round pick too.
as you're rebuilding, you can still say, we have a vision of how we get back to relevance, and they've at least identified that.
Yeah.
We're still in the process of establishing it.
I mean, I would say, it's a difficult question to answer because I think there's multiple layers to it. Like, your vision on how you get to where you want to go is certainly a topic, and then the idea of what you're trying to accomplish is another thing. And I think the organization told us last offseason what their vision is. What time is it time for? When Damian Lillard was introduced, what did they say?
It's time to win.
It's winning time.
Yeah.
The losing is over. The tanking is over. We didn't tank hard enough, and it bit us in the ass. Now we're pivoting to a 38-year-old backcourt off of our 3 tanking seasons when we drafted guards in the top 10. We have Drew Holiday, Damian Lillard. We're going to try and go land a big fish, whether it's Giannis this offseason or whether it's Anthony Davis or whether it's Kawhi Leonard randomly. I don't know who else would be available. Who else?
Zach Lowe randomly mentioned the Jaylen Brown Blazer tie of like, does Portland... Does Boston and Milwaukee do a one-on-one trade where there's Stuff and Jaylen Brown for Giannis, or does Portland get themselves involved and make it a 3-team trade, or do they wait to make it a one-on-one trade with Milwaukee? He brought that up on his podcast.
Yeah, even if that trade goes down, you could then get the follow-up trade if it's not at the same time.
Because he brought up Portland, and he said, Portland's going to probably try to get involved at a minimum because of the stuff they have that impacts Milwaukee. You noted yesterday on the show, and it's something we've highlighted for a few years now, who you do business with kind of speaks to your relationships, and you like doing business with people that you continue to go back to.
Boston and Milwaukee.
Ramona Shelburne just reported, I believe it was yesterday on NBA Today, they were talking about Giannis destinations, and again, Boston, Miami seemed at the forefront. She was like, Portland should be in this. Sam Quinn of CBS Sports, whatever you think of Sam Quinn, he lists Portland as a top 3 team to get Giannis. In fact, he says he thinks the only holdup for Portland's end is not getting the committed, I'll sign the extension thing from Giannis. He goes, otherwise, they are the best deal. They have all the picks.
Oh, without a doubt.
They give you the young player. They've got the salary filler with Jeremy Grant. Milwaukee's not going to be in an immediate rush to be good. So it makes the most. Look at Miami's package. It's actually embarrassingly bad.
It's Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, and
Jaime Jaquez,
and a
Jovic,
couple of picks. Yeah.
And then like a couple picks, and I'm like, why? Why would you want that? Now, if you got multiple teams and more stuff coming back, I get it. But if they wanted the Miami deal, they would have taken the Miami deal. So unless they're sorting out a multi-team trade where they get more than what Miami's giving them, I just don't know how feasible it is. And Sam Quinn's like, yo, if he agrees to the extension, Portland should win this. And I'm sitting here saying, to hell with the commitment. Bring him here. Let's lace him up, and let's see what happens. Yeah. At least you're showing me how aggressive you want to be next year.
To that point on Kevin O'Connor, to your point on the trade and maybe a surprise team, Kevin O'Connor had a tweet yesterday that I thought was spot on in terms of the way we talk about this stuff, and you could throw Damian Lillard into this as well, where we're talking so much about Boston and Miami being the landing spots. Where was Kawhi Leonard traded to?
Toronto.
Who had that on their bingo card?
Nobody. They
when
jumped
Paul
into
George
the
got
fray.
moved in the middle of the night
OKC.
to Oklahoma City. When Donovan Mitchell got traded, he was going to go to New
Cleveland.
York or Miami. He gets traded to Cleveland.
Yes.
We spent months debating the package of Miami and Lillard. And is that, he wants to go to Miami. Do they have the and it just never ended.
Right.
That storyline was tiring. He gets traded to Milwaukee
Dallas
randomly.
and Luka.
Yes.
Just trades happen in this league all the time.
Yes.
That you go, what?
That's where he went.
And
they
we
made
have
the
to wonder
move.
if we're being butt-cracked, if it's real, if it's AI. And it's like, that's kind of the way the league operates. And we've noted Portland operates in shadows, right? They don't talk a whole lot. But what we at least know is that it's been noisy enough to hear that Portland is absolutely willing or wanting to dive into this. Now, if you get Jaylen Brown, if you get Giannis, I don't know.
Right.
But I do think there's been a lot of smoke. And I don't want to be Charlie Brown here, but
kick the football.
Yeah, if you try to kick the football, I'm not upset if it gets pulled out from under you. At least you're willing to dare.
I mean, that's our lifetime as fans, and what the hell? Why not at this point? Yeah, to the idea of what the vision is and what they're trying to do. I think they're telling you based on their actions in the rumor market, in the trades, and what they said last offseason. It's winning. Like our vision is to win. And the biggest question I have out of all of this, because I'd love to go to a place mentally where I could say Giannis is coming to Portland. I'm not going to do it to myself, but I don't blame anybody who wants to do it. Can't wait to wake up one day surprised that was the trade that went down. If the domino doesn't fall, and if Jaylen Brown is not a part of that original Giannis, like let's say the Miami package wins out. I
just don't know how he's not a part of the Boston trade.
Let's just say Giannis gets dealt to Miami, and that's the move they have. All right, fine. We'll take the Miami deal.
Take that crap deal.
I think it's a horrible deal, but I'm just in the hypothetical world. My biggest question is then what's plan B? And what's plan? Because we all know what plan A for Portland is. Plan A for Portland right now is Giannis. They're trying to get him. They want to get him.
Would you
They're
say
in the mix
Jaylen
of it.
Brown is plan B or plan 1A?
I think it's a 1A. I think it's a
1A, 2A.
1A, 2. Yes, exactly.
And then AD is plan.
Is that what your next step is? Do you call what are the Clippers doing this offseason? They have the 5th overall pick.
I mean, it's got to be in the order of operation of stuff. I'm maybe not in order, but like Giannis, Jaylen,
yes,
AD.
Is AD ahead of Kawhi
Trey
for
Murphy.
you? Trying to get a Kawhi?
Is Kawhi realistic?
I don't know. I don't know what the Clippers' offseason plans are.
I don't either.
Because they
I'd
clearly
love to have
need
Kawhi.
to start
I
over.
wouldn't be mad about getting Kawhi. He's
They have
a
a top 5
helicopter in
pick.
from California every day to make it work. I don't really care.
Say, hey, we'll you give you a couple of these Milwaukee picks. Here you go. This is how you restart your franchise. You get out of this, insperity nonsense, and you don't have to worry about. He's moved on.
They got the 5th pick in the draft,
right? And so now you can build. They're going to get somebody good, likely at 5.
Yeah.
Here's 2 Milwaukee.
There's Acuff. You could just start over with Acuff and
there
Garland.
You go. There's your backcourt. And
be
now
an
you got
exciting backcourt.
Milwaukee picks in years to come. You can start building your. It's hard to know what other teams are looking to do and players they're willing to listen on, but that to me remains my biggest question. I think their vision is to win, though, and that's we can joke about how we're going to judge the coaching hires. The reality is what I've always said: we will judge the coaching hires based on whose GM performs better, because that's the coach that will win more games. Do we get Giannis Antetokounmpo this offseason? And does he stay healthy next year? We won the coaching hire because that guy will win more games than Tiago Splitter. Mark my words. If we whiff on all of them and our pivot's Anthony Davis and he plays 12 games and gets hurt in Chicago,
or doesn't work out well with Klingon at all,
Tiago might win Chicago might win the coaching hire because Tiago might win more games than us.
I'll think about how putting up that as a poll question. I think that's a really good way of viewing it. So just the latest on the Giannis intel, the trade chatter that's going on. We're pretty heavily involved. It feels good. It feels great to be involved in actual trade chatter from multiple media members. All right, a lot more to get into. Hour 2 rolls on. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, it was quite a day for the biggest stars in the World Cup. Kylian Mbappe, Erling Haaland, Lionel Messi, all with multi-goal efforts, leading France, Norway, and Argentina to decisive victories to open group play schedules. Messi, his first career World Cup hat trick, that tied him with Miroslav Klose for the most career goals in World Cup history. 4 more matches today. 10 a.m., Cristiano Ronaldo in his final World Cup has Portugal taking on the Congo. At 1 o'clock, England facing Croatia. That'll be at Gero World. 4 p.m. in Toronto, Panama takes on Ghana. And the nightcap at 7 in Mexico City is Colombia and Uzbekistan. Portland Fire back home at Moda Center tonight. They wrap up Commissioner's Cup play against their rival, the Seattle Storm. 7 o'clock tip on 910 ESPN Portland. Pre-game coverage at 6:45. The Fire, 3.5-point favorites. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All right, welcome back in. Good morning. Hello to everybody out there, you sexy beasts enjoying your morning commute this beautiful hump day. I want to do a quick reminder that, yes, coming up next week is the Fan Golf Classic, the 12th annual, presented by Toyota. And although it's sold out, we still look forward to seeing everybody that did get their foursomes booked out on the course. And we want to remind you guys to try to be early next year if you missed your window. Organize your foursome now and just mentally set it on the calendar or actually put it on the calendar to register next year. A special thanks to the sponsors of this year's tournament. Victor Rico's will be serving breakfast burritos. Looking forward to that. Matt's Barbecue will be feeding us after the post rounds. We'll be hanging out on the 6th hole, Infamous Angels Envy Bourbon Par 3. And the Fan Golf Classic presented by Toyota, also brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction, Henderson and Daughter Windows and Doors, George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, Battery Exchange, Maestro, Dobell Tequila, Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop, Philbrook Law, 1-800-DIVORCE, Roto-Rooter, Illegal Mezcal, Pub Beer Cheap Fun, Apex Golf Club, and Window Nation.
Time to drop trowel and hog out.
That's just 6 days away, man.
Next
6
Tuesday.
days.
We got back-to-back weeks with only 4 shows because we're off on Friday for Juneteenth, and then no shows on the day of the Fan Golf Classic because we'll be out at Langdon all day.
Why are we not taking Monday off?
You know, that's now that you
Holy crap.
think about
I
it.
didn't even think about it till you said that.
Yeah. Well, we also have the 4th of July around the corner too.
Yeah.
That is barreling down the tracks.
Well, the thing for me too is like nothing could happen next Monday. I don't want to miss if something does.
You don't want to
happen.
miss the Giannis day.
The coach hire, the Giannis stuff.
So one of the funniest moments in the history of our show is Damian Lillard was it demanding a trade or getting traded? I think demanding the trade. And I was on a golf trip in Southern Oregon, and you decided to sleep until like 12:30 on the day that it happened.
Yeah, the day he has.
And the breaking news that Chris Haynes has requested a trade.
11:30.
The city's exploding. I'm down, hungover as hell, getting ready to go play 36 holes, trying to react to the news. And we were texting you like crazy, trying to hear back from you.
So many texts and missed calls.
You were nowhere to be found. Where are you? He was sleeping, man. Didn't wake up. That's where this one came from. Bad news, Dirt. Bad news, Dirt. Waking up at 11. Got a tea time in 30 minutes. Dirt, we got some bad news.
Would you care to know the odds of LeBron James's next team?
Ooh, I would love to. I actually had LeBron stuff in my notes today.
Oh, did you?
I find his offseason very interesting because I certainly understand the idea of I am so entrenched in LA. I'm not going anywhere. We have Luka. We'll be competitive. Like, why would I rock the boat for 1 or 2 more years? While also finding it fascinating of like, man, seeing him in another jersey would be really cool. And as long as it's a team that I don't hate. So, but what are the odds? Who are the top 5?
Well, I'll give you the odds. So he's really leaning into golf. Golf's been a big escape for him.
He was out playing with Kevin Love the other day.
Well, they're doing a 10th anniversary. I think they did a guys trip. So it was J.R. Smith, it's Channing Frye, it's Kevin Love, it's him.
Channing Frye once played in the Fan Golf Classic.
He did.
Back in the day.
Still to this day, one of the more impressive drives was hole.
That guy's a big hitter.
Man, I can't remember what hole it was.
4. I believe it's 4 at Langdon.
Where it has that side drop off.
It's a drivable par 4.
And he drove the green.
I think he airmailed the green by 80 yards. It felt like. No, hole 3 is a par 3.
That's right. It's the downhill par 3. It is hole 4.
He's
right.
Don't question my hole knowledge, okay? I'm an expert on holes.
Boy, you look real bad right now.
1 is a straight par 4 along the driving range.
The dog leg
I'm
left.
going to give your scouting report for Langdon for the Fan Golf Classic.
Right.
Then you got the dog leg left where there's the hills up on the side, a slightly elevated green.
Yep.
Down the 3rd is the downhill, my favorite par 3 on the course. It's just a gorgeous hole.
About 127 yards hit.
About 127 downhill, right? You got to play the slope.
Yep.
I overlooked 1.
Yeah, you overlooked 1.
I had 2 being 1.
Yeah.
Well, when you say something is 3, but it's actually 4, you indeed did overlook 1. That is the math. You are right on that.
It's a good math joke there. I'll allow it.
Here are the odds according to the DraftKings Sportsbook.
Yes.
You ready?
Give them to me.
Is Brendan ready? Sorsby, you ready? You got this? You're going to need your odds, buddy. The favorite to get LeBron James, the Lakers, minus 250.
Not a surprise.
The Warriors are plus 300. The Cavs are plus 600.
Mm-hmm.
The Spurs, 15-1. Do you need a little seasoning with your youth?
Don't do it. Don't do it. The other 3 I'd be fine with.
Okay, that's your 4.
Yeah.
Are you ready for the 5th?
I'm ready for 5.
Your Portland Trailblazers.
Get right out of town.
No.
We have the 5th best odds?
We have the same odds as the Sixers, the Knicks, the Magic, the Bucks, the Heat.
How long shot of it is it? What are we
You
talking?
know what? Actually, we're tied with about 90% of the league.
I think
After
everybody's
the top 4. We are tied.
There's probably
with
a
everybody.
massive drop-off, too. None of these other teams will happen because I've heard the smoke around Golden State.
Why are the Timberwolves plus 5,000?
I don't know.
Why are they so significantly
Was that
down
one
from
of
where we
the
were?
cities he took a shot at in Bob Does Sports where he says, I don't want to
He doesn't want to go to Minnesota.
Right, so he's not.
He doesn't
want to
go here.
No, he's not playing in Portland.
He wants to stay a Laker.
There are 4.
Right?
There are 4 realistic chances here. The 4 realistic
I think
chances.
there's only 2.
You think there's only 2?
I do. I think if you were to press him, he would only say there's 2 teams I want to play for. It's not being anti-Cleveland. It's he just doesn't want to live in Cleveland anymore.
Yeah.
San Antonio, he literally just did a podcast with Steve Nash, and he said there is nothing to do there.
San Antonio.
All you do is focus on basketball. There's nothing to do there. It's the Lakers or the Warriors to either play with Steph Curry at Golden State or, as I mentioned last year when everybody's like, he's done as a Laker. I don't know about that, man. If he takes a pay cut, knowing that they can add talent, he was really good this year. He'll have a healthy Luka next year. If they sign Reeves, I think if he agrees to a lesser like a much lesser contract, I think ideally he'd love to stay a Laker and just end it there. And then also on the Lakers side, yeah, they want to win a title. Also be part of one of the coolest victory tours, career tours of all time.
Yeah, you want the walk-off season because you're going to make a lot of money for it. There is a little part of me, though, that I think it'd be fun to see. Him and Steph have been such faces of the league for a long time, and I don't know if it's 1 year or 2 years, how long he would do it. Theoretically, you could do the helicopter from L.A. to the Bay Area every day to get to practice and games if you want. Don't even want to
That's quite a
move.
flight, dude. That might have to be a PJ.
It's a bit. Get on your PJ. He's got enough money for it. But there's a novelty there that I think would be pretty fun. But if I'm betting, I'm not going to bet on it because you're not making any money. My money would be on him staying in L.A. He's been there. It's weird how long he's been there. It doesn't seem like it's that long, and I think part of that is the COVID, bending our brains, if you will, and melting it. But him being there that long, having to uproot your family. He's got, how old's his daughter now? Is she still in high school?
She's in high school. We're playing volleyball.
So she's in high school. The middle son is at Arizona, and then obviously oldest is with the Lakers. Are you uprooting everything for one more year, moving out, and then moving back to LA?
He's uprooting. They're staying.
Sure. If he decides to go somewhere else. But do you want to be away from your family for another year or two after everything that you put in? L.A. makes a lot of sense. They got Luka. As long as he's cool signing a fair contract for LeBron James at this point so you can go have a chance to win, then it would be L.A., more than likely.
What would you prefer?
It's
his last season.
I would prefer him to go to Golden State.
Because I think that's what's going to happen this summer. At some point, a dead period of the summer, we're just going to get a random, this is it.
Yeah.
And they're going to do the whole merch push, and thank you commercials and all that's going to start.
We already had that.
That's my prediction.
The last big farewell tour, unless there's another one I'm forgetting, that I remember vividly was Kobe, and that was Laker nostalgia shoved down your throat for an entire year.
Yeah.
And I'd rather have Steph and LeBron go out like Thelma and Louise, right, driving off the
Can
cliff.
you imagine if the Warriors are Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and LeBron James?
Can you imagine how good that team would have been in 2017?
I was going to say.
Could you imagine how unbeatable that team?
2027, I don't know about that team.
I'm also not going to joke about it because our backcourt peaked 7 years ago.
Our backcourt did? Yeah, well. You know, everybody has different timelines.
I'm not saying they can't be good. I've certainly past their prime.
7 years is a long time. Dame was pretty good in Milwaukee.
I'm not. He was fine.
It was good.
He was fine.
Drew was
maybe
pretty
five.
good.
Maybe five. I'll
Drew
give you
helped
five.
win the title in Boston.
I'll give you five. Didn't he come off the bench for that title?
Well, he was a yeah.
I will take
mixed bag.
I will take New Orleans 6th seed sweeping us out of the first round. Drew Holiday, please.
Oh, that would be a great Drew.
That Drew Holiday was
to have.
pretty damn good.
Oh, we'd be a real.
Not
threat.
that the other versions of Drew Holiday weren't good, and ours is still pretty solid.
That version though.
That version
lethal
was dominant.
Yeah. I hate the Laker thing. I understood why he did it, but I've always hated it. I think I'd rather him just end it with the Lakers. I mean, I get the Steph Curry interest. The
best storyline would be going to
gold.
Cleveland for a farewell. That would be the best storyline. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Oh,
him going back
ending
to
with
Cleveland for a year to do a farewell tour where it all started, where he won the title that mattered the most in his career, like that would be the coolest storyline that I would fully get behind, because whether it's the Lakers or the Warriors, I hate both of those franchises. So there will be a level of like, ugh. But you appreciate LeBron and what he's meant for the league and how good of a player for how long he's been. It still blows my mind.
Will he actually have a good victory tour, or does he end up getting hurt at 42, 43
that would
years
suck,
old?
man. It would genuinely suck.
He just misses like 45 games.
Yeah.
It becomes like Brett Favre in the last year of the Vikings.
I don't know if that's on his brain or not, but if I were him, it would be on my mind of like, how many more years am I going to get away with this, being able to play 25 minutes, 30 minutes a night
Very fair.
for a chunk of the season until one wrong fall, one wrong rolled ankle, and all of a sudden you miss 35 games and that farewell tour disappears. And then you're selling all those tickets at the start of the year to the markets where he's playing his last game, and then maybe he's not in the game, and then fans are upset. Then it becomes a whole kind of negative storyline.
Did we have one of the worst takes in NBA takes history? We'll get to that today. And I think it is. There's a lot of bad takes.
A lot of bad takes out there.
I think this is the one I might hate the most.
Ooh.
And it's from somebody I didn't expect it to come from.
It felt like a producer plant to me in that show.
He's not somebody that does that. I've consumed his content for a while. So we'll get to that today. Coming up next, what's in store? What is in store? We'll get to that. Dirt and Sprague on the Fan. All right, welcome back in. One of the worst basketball takes maybe to ever exist. We're getting back into some hoops. We have football on the show sheet today.
We do have football on the show sheet today.
Do we have football on the show sheet?
I have football on the show sheet
okay,
today.
there was football stuff out there. I just didn't do it on my end.
It's one of my rules for the rest of the summer. Now that the NBA Finals are done, sans the day we trade for Giannis show. We're every day. Every day I will give you I'll fill your hole.
Well, if you have an empty slot, I actually have some random college football thing I'd like to bring up, and it involves a local team.
You want to throw something at me? Throw something at me.
I'll throw something at you.
I had devastating news yesterday from my local team. Not football.
You got a 5-star receiver.
Not that. One of my other programs. The only reason I had to watch
programs.
Baseball. They lost their best player.
Come on. They could have not left, and you wouldn't have cared until they got back to Omaha.
You're not wrong.
Or back to the Super Regionals.
Yeah, we've never been to Omaha. Easy there, buddy. Don't put the cart in front of the horse.
I did laugh when they
Don't
announced,
touch the Stanley Cup. We haven't won it yet. Okay,
Junior was hitting the portal.
Dude, he's the only guy that I wanted to watch.
CNLSU.
He's it. With a do not contact tag. Yeah, what school are you going to in the SEC?
Well, people are noting this because Oregon State's losing guys too.
Yeah.
They just lost their pitching coach to Florida. And I'll say this, I've had somebody tell me behind the scenes that the OSU baseball funding has not been in any way been able to keep up with the NIL portal world. Shocking, I know.
How's that not? Yeah.
But it's incredibly disappointing, and it just is a reminder note. Don't be stunned if this is kind of what Oregon State is now, because if you can't keep up with the SEC.
Well, it's hitting us, too. We got all the money in the world. Everybody tells me we can't even keep our baseball players on the roster.
People are noting in college baseball, as we move closer and closer to the semis, the SEC is just buying players now, and they're buying players who they don't even have interest in playing. They're just like trying to poach the talent away from all these other programs. So Oregon's getting hit. Oregon State's getting hit. It's kind of the nature of the beast in baseball.
I'm glad you brought up, though, the 5-star wide receiver, because it is funny. Fans will complain about this, and then what is the argument? You want NIL funds diverted away from football for baseball? Because there's not a Duck fan alive that answers yes to that question.
You're not wrong there.
Would you rather have all of your defensive line returning or Jackson Shellstad playing basketball next year?
Yeah,
it's a no. Like
you'd rather have the defensive line.
Yeah, it's what we care about. It's what
So you think as an athletic? So it's interesting because your program gets really hit with, and has for some time, Phil Knight. It's easy. You got Phil Knight.
There's this idea that they have unlimited resources for everything, which is just not true.
I know, but
and anybody who pays attention can see that it's not true.
But the idea of it is always going to be there for people who don't root for the program. But
yes, the football team is as well funded as any in the country. That is true.
But isn't it abundantly clear that athletic administration has absolutely prioritized?
Yes,
it's football. And then it's like
everything else.
I mean, all of it is just basically lumped.
And that's the way that
Men's basketball hasn't been separated.
No.
Baseball has, they had a good turnover in roster this year, but they're going to lose some of those guys. Like
baseball's program has been solid. I'm sure they'll be fine again next year.
They have a good manager.
Yeah, they'll be all right.
Altman's had a really good run in Eugene. I don't know if this is going to be it for him, but I just think it's abundantly clear that it's football, and then we'll just figure out the rest of everything else.
That's the way that it should be, because that's the way that fandom works inside, Oregon athletics. It's football and then everything else. There are people who follow basketball closer than others, or baseball closer than others, or whatever, track and field sport you want to throw. Football is what matters most, and it's the thing that earns you revenue. It's the thing that sells out stadiums every single weekend. It's the thing that's tied to a $40 million a year rights fees for your conference, playing games on Fox and CBS and all that, and NBC. So I have no issue with it whatsoever. I'm not going to complain about guys leaving. It's certainly devastating because you get to learn about these guys in the back half of the year when you start watching. You're like, who's this, 6'5", 250 behemoth hitting tank jobs?
Yeah.
He's a lot of fun to watch. That'll be fun to see him what he does next year. And these guys are all Bolton. They'll find a way to be competitive. But I'd much rather have the football team be fully funded than 80% funded and then having a better basketball and baseball program.
Well, so the thing about that is if you look at the top of college football, how many both sports do you get just in this sense? Football, basketball, men, right? If you're looking at
that's a
revenue
great
generators.
question.
So Ohio State.
No. Are they good? They haven't been good at basketball in a while. And their baseball team blows.
I don't know if they've been good since
Odin?
No, D'Angelo.
Oh,
Russell.
Yeah.
They were pretty good kind of there at the end with Thad Matta.
Miami's had some decent years in basketball.
Yeah, but Larinaga left,
gone.
and they haven't had no success. Indiana has quit.
They don't even try anymore.
Man,
rightfully so. You just won a national championship.
Right, so they've morphed. Michigan is pretty good at balancing, but their football program now is kind of trying to be on the come-up.
Hit the skids a little bit.
Whereas Dusty May just won the national championship.
Texas Tech, honestly, might be your answer. Didn't they just go to a title in basketball a couple years ago?
Yeah. I think it was 2 seasons ago.
Bama's near probably
Bama's
the top
really
of the list.
One.
Bama's near the top.
Bama's a good one with Nate Oates. Georgia doesn't have it.
Georgia had Anthony Edwards, and they couldn't win.
So you look at the top of the football teams, and then you correlate how do they do just in men's basketball as an example, right? A revenue generator. It's not a whole lot of crossing over being really good. Like even USC, who we laugh and we joke about, USC is a stable football program who might be taking a step this year. What's their program? It's dog crap.
Yes, the basketball team has not
terrible.
done anything. I mean, they had the Mobleys a couple of years ago and went to like the Sweet 16, if I remember
correctly.
correctly.
What have they done since Mobley's
That's
left?
about it. Not like there's been deep tournament runs.
No.
And their baseball team was in the regional or super regional, and they lost as well. They went just as far as Oregon this year.
It's almost a surprise when you can get both to be good at the same time.
These ones hurt, but it also is, I chuckle at it because I know that narrative exists around Oregon. Don't get me wrong. Oregon's football funding is, again, it's on par with the best in the sport, and I'm glad that that's the case. It's not the case for the other sports. It just simply isn't. We went through this with Dane Altman in basketball. They lost their 2 best players. He came out and said, look, we're working within a budget. And the baseball team had a really fun run. It came to an end in Texas, unfortunately, in the super regional. But these 2 guys, like, that hurts. They were freshmen. Like, these are guys who were going to be around for another 2 or 3 years, hopefully, and build into first-round picks. And now they're gone. You got to kind of start over. But if you ask me to pick a pitching outfielder or Amari Washington back as a first-round caliber defensive tackle, I'm gonna take the D tackle 10 times out of 10.
What's the kid that committed on McAfee yesterday? What's his name?
Oh God,
the 5-star
Garant.
receiver?
I think Garant is how you say it.
Is it Garant?
I think so.
Because I didn't see it live. I saw the video of him picking the Ducks.
Yes,
I did love McAfee noting that they try to put these hats on. And this kid has a sweet, huge afro.
He does. It didn't really fit.
Sits all weird on his head.
Yeah, I think it's Dakota Garant is how you say it.
Dakota Garant.
I believe is how you pronounce the last name. 5-star wide receiver. Number 1 player in the state of Michigan. I think he lives about an hour outside of Ann Arbor. So that's a nice little swindle in Big Ten country, even with Kyle Whittingham being there.
Who would you, Duck fans, poll question going up.
Who would you rather
have?
Yeah.
Is it Dakota?
Dakota Garant.
Okay, Dakota Garant.
I don't know if that's, don't quote me on the pronunciation, but I believe that's how you say it. But the spelling is Guerrant.
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
Yeah.
Or Junior Lawaki. That should be a poll question.
It's a little more challenging there because it's an unknown guy who might not turn into something.
But you would still take a 5-star receiver.
Yeah. But I also think the message that it sends too of that used to be
they're going to be loaded at that position.
When you look at Oregon historically, that has been the biggest weakness of their and even on championship teams, you got like DJ Davis as your number, or Jeff Mayle, who was a hell of a player.
Right.
But this is a different era of Oregon football. They have now signed, somebody had it yesterday, I think it's 5 years in a row they've signed a 5-star wide receiver.
Well, and I'm not saying, look, I know why some of these teams win. We all know the same thing, right? The trenches. I don't think it's a coincidence that Ohio State now is wide receiver U, and they're having LSU, right? Like, you go look at some of the programs.
That year they won the title, that wide receiver core. Pretty good.
It's the greatest. It's
when
the
Ohio State won it 2 years ago.
Receiving room of all time.
Pretty good wide receivers.
At a college, like, I guess you could do Harrison Jr., JSN, and Egbuka.
Yeah. Or
would you do Chase,
Jefferson? Who was wasn't Neighbors on that team too, or was he? No, he would have been later than that.
I think Neighbors was a little.
Was it Brian Tom? They had one other guy I feel like that was on that team that I'm just kind of blanking on.
I don't know if
right
Brian
now.
Thomas Jr. was in that room.
Yeah, I feel like there was a third though.
But like Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase
on
were
the same
teammates.
team.
That's crazy.
That's your X and your Z.
It's not. Harrison Jr. and JSN being teammates is nuts to me.
So I'll take it, man. Give me a 5-star wide receiver. Yes, please.
Loaded third hour of the program. We got more football to get into. And one of the worst basketball takes. It's the Status Story Wednesday, Hour 3 on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Sorry, a league can now, particularly the NBA, it can pass you by. And with Debanza and Caleb Wilson and those kids coming in the league, Giannis can look obsolete fairly quickly.
Yeah, there's Mike Wilbon on PTI declaring that Giannis is more of a rumor than a real player who will help.
Yeah, I get the fatigue of the storyline. I'm ready for it to be over. Just please, for the love of God, trade him. And I think we're less than a week away from that happening. The idea that he's not a difference maker or can't, get out of here, dude. He's a freak, and he's still averaging 30 a game.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to be a Blazer. Who's stinking it up? Mike Wilbon on Giannis, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. You know that slow drain you've been meaning to deal with? Call Three Mountains Home Services today, and they'll clear your stubborn drain with an accessible cleanout for only $59. Plus, at the same time, provide a free mainline replacement estimate. It's easy to schedule your appointment online, ThreeMountainsHomeServices.com. Hey, everybody.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the biggest stars of the World Cup shone brightly on Tuesday. Kylian Mbappe, Erling Haaland, Lionel Messi combined for 7 goals, leading France, Norway, and Argentina, respectively, to decisive victories to open their group play schedules. It was Messi's first career World Cup hat trick that tied him for the most career goals in World Cup history. 4 matches today. First up, 10 a.m., Cristiano Ronaldo in his final World Cup with Portugal takes on the Congo. 1 o'clock, England battles Croatia. That'll be in Dallas at Gerald World. 4 o'clock in Toronto, Panama and Ghana go at it. And then the nightcap, 7 o'clock in Mexico City. Colombia battles Uzbekistan. The Portland Fire finish up their Commissioner's Cup play, taking on their rival, the Seattle Storm, at Moda Center. 7 o'clock tip. We'll have it for you on 910 ESPN Portland. Pregame coverage at 6:45. Portland, a 3.5-point favorite. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Happy Wednesday, everybody, which is technically a Thursday because we don't have a show on Friday.
Yeah, very odd situation, and it's pointed out by the brand man correctly, and I hadn't mentioned it on air. In one of our opens, because we have been like 10 seconds away from being right on the clock.
Yeah, this is BS.
And he's blaming the brand man.
He
but
is.
the brand man correctly points out there's an Andy Johnson in one of the opens twice.
I'm
you did
double
not
dipping the
delete
show?
one of the Andy Johnsons.
I'm double dipping the show in
it
an
says
intro.
Andy Johnson cut and Brandon Sprague cut and Andy Johnson cut. And I'm like, take that out.
I'm tag teaming you today, buddy.
Yeah, it's 2 Andy Johnsons.
2 Dirts, 1 Sprague. I'd
Dude.
watch that video.
Could you imagine me having to do a show with 2 of you?
That's a lot. Nobody should have to put up with 2
That's
of me.
a lot of dirt.
That's a lot, dude. That's way too much dirt.
Have you ever seen Arnold Schwarzenegger's movie? I think it's The Sixth Day or something, Seventh Day. It was a movie where basically he goes out, and when he comes back, he looks in his window, and he has been cloned.
The Sixth Day.
The Sixth Day.
Okay.
It's not a very good movie.
Now, there is one
no.
drop that says Dirt and Sprague with.
No, there's an Andy Johnson twice in the open. Go
Which,
back and
which
listen.
one?
It was the
Yeah.
7 a.m. one.
All right, I'll go listen.
There's
Check,
2 Andy
check
Johnsons.
the tape. Check the tape. I don't pay attention to those, so check the tape. I want to know who's right here. But to be fair, though, we're also now already getting bounce back emails from Swag.
He's on vacation.
We're trying to send him stuff for the rest of the show, and you're getting a bounce back saying, I'm out of office. I'll be back in 2 weeks.
He is so
I'm on the
done.
coast of Italy right now.
He is so done. And we can get to the vacation part of
Yes.
his life. But yeah, so that movie, he gets cloned and he doesn't know it. There's another one in his house celebrating. And now he is in the position of, I have to convince my family I'm the real me.
I am not the clone.
You're the clone. But guess what? He ended up being the clone, and the clone was the real him. It's a really weird movie.
That makes a lot
So
of
if
sense.
there were 2 Andy Johnsons, one of them is racing home
Yes.
while you're left defending yourself of
No,
I'm
I
the
promise.
real
What's the
one.
Michael Keaton movie? Duplicity?
Duplicity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's like 7 of them.
Yeah,
There's
7 of them,
there's
yeah.
7 Michael Keaton. That's a lot of Michael Keatons.
Yeah.
I like Michael Keaton.
That one's a better movie, I think, than Sixth Day.
I've never seen Duplicity either.
Is it Multiplicity?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not Duplicity.
Duplicity would just be 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Multi is many.
There's like 7 of them.
Yeah.
There is a movie called Duplicity. It came out in 2009. It's a thriller comedy. So that movie actually exists if you want to go find it.
Mixing them all up.
A quick thought. We got a couple of things to get to, and then I'll get to our the return of in the award-winning segment, Quake Takes, because this one was too good to pass up. Because we've had some listener questions on something, and I'll get to that in a moment. Somebody asking, what's the point in following Oregon sports outside of football now? The money they're giving one football player could keep the baseball roster together for next year and the following.
That's a fair question.
You're not wrong, and I guess I would just ask to follow up. What's the point? I don't really follow them that closely, anyways. So there's not much of a point for me. The follow up is what I'll ask in the last segment. Like, if you're an Oregon fan, what would you rather have? What's more important to you? Are you willing to not have your entire starting defensive line back?
Can you sacrifice a couple unknown, like let's just use the poll question example, right?
Yes. So,
5-star wide receiver Dakota
number
Durant.
one player in the state of Michigan. I'll see what he is on 24/7.
I think he's the 6th overall player of his class or something, right?
Yes, he's
something
a
like
very,
that.
very highly rated kid.
He picks Oregon on McAfee, which Oregon's got a great little track record that if they're a finalist for a kid and they go on McAfee, it feels like it's probably going to be throwing up an O.
Yeah.
Or Junior Lewicki, their DH/pitcher/utility guy. And I think that's a very fair question for a diehard Oregon fan. They want Oregon to be good. I think it's fair to ask, do you need to get it all? Or can you still be title-winning great while dispersing some, even if it's not a lot, of that budget and say, no, let's get back to being really good in basketball and let's get to Omaha. Like, is there a way to make everybody happy? Because I agree. I think most people are with you of football is the number one. But I also think there's a lot of Oregon alums who
I'm not saying we don't care about the other sports. I'm not saying that we don't. It's just it's so different now than it used to be. And when you have a certain budget that you're working within, maybe there's some fans that are willing to take that sacrifice, but also that same exact fan, the second you have a recruiting class that finishes like 15th in the country in football and you go 9-3 and miss out on a 12-team college football playoff is saying what?
But if I take
this is outrageous, and I'm not saying that one player is going to make the difference, and I understand the point.
If I take $1 million from the budget, is that going to break it?
It's about the principle of how you operate and what your priorities are and what you're willing to spend on top-notch recruits. Their recruiting class, as of right now, has not. This is some very inside baseball for Oregon, and we do this every year as a fan base is overreacting to certain things, and then having it never come true is kind of a funny thing for me.
Sure,
an Oregon fan is this way. This time of year, Oregon fan has done an unbelievable job the last handful of years freaking out about where the recruiting class is ranked because there's a team or two inside the conference or a rival that might be ranked ahead of you, and then you look up around signing day and where does Oregon always finish up? But this time of year, there's that where yesterday one signing jumped them all the way into the top 5 because that's how highly ranked of a kid he was. But maybe you can let the 5-star wide receiver slip, but then are you taking in a 3-star wide receiver that ends up not being very good? And then in 2 years, the passing game isn't what it was supposed to be. Like there's a butterfly effect there that I'm not even willing to contemplate and go to because that's how important football is. But
you know what
again,
you're doing, right?
Every Oregon fan can disagree if they want.
You know what you're doing?
What am I doing?
You are taking the anti-Tom Dundon approach to your football program. Don't you be cheap here.
Well, I'm okay. I'm doing the Dundon in non-football areas. I'm okay cutting corners and if you're letting people go in baseball, dude, I don't turn it on until April. What do you want from me? I'm not going to yell about it. It sucks. I liked watching him. Shellstad leaving was a big blow because he was a local guy.
He was here for what?
And
4
he was
years,
here for a couple years, and it's like, man, that sucks. You're not going to have that the Oregon legacy thing like Pritchard because you left and you're going to go play somewhere else. But yeah, I'm not willing to risk that biscuit. One other quick thing, and then we'll get to our Quake take of the day. We have a listener asking, will the Cargo Short Classic happen on Friday?
Dude, we got a conundrum here.
We continue to get this question, and so let's just address it. Can we have a press conference now? The
time to nut up or shut up.
Here is where we're at, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So the Cargo Short Classic date, the Joe Fisher-Danny Marang golf match, has been set for Friday. We are off work on Friday for Juneteenth. That is perfect. We all got a free day off on a Friday. It's a 3-day weekend. Let's go play golf. We're working with our wonderful partners at Stone Creek. They came up with the tee time.
Yep.
So everything was set up. We're ready to go for Friday. I'm going to give my side of the perspective, and then I will allow you to opine. So I will present my case to the court. I don't know what Danny has or has not said live on the airwaves. Somebody the other day said he mentioned on the air that he is not going to play.
I missed that.
I did
not hear that.
asked Danny yesterday in the show interchange, hey, are you playing on Friday?
Yeah.
And for some reason, he still had not found out. Now, I don't know why.
What do you mean he hadn't found out?
He said, I will find out today. I don't know what we need to find out. I don't know what the delay is in finding out. I have no idea how any of that works. I'm not in his life, so do what you got to do, boo.
Yep.
Here is my take on it. I took the bull by the horns a little bit and said, let's make this happen. I think it'd be great content, and content is king. We are getting to the time of year where content's drying up a little bit, and this gives us all something funny to talk about, debate, and have some social media content. This will be awesome for the station. So I said, this needs to happen. We saw the shouting match. Let's make it happen. Booked the tee time, went through all this. It was going to be the Saturday of this weekend, and then it's like, that's Father's Day. That doesn't work. We couldn't get a tee time till later in the day. So the idea of playing Friday got brought up, and I asked Danny point blank about a week and a half. I go look at the emails when they were. Hey, can you do Juneteenth? Are you celebrating Juneteenth? Do you need time to celebrate your Juneteenth holiday, or are you okay to go play golf? And he said to me in the show interchange, I can play, yeah, I'm around. I can play on Juneteenth.
I believe I heard him say Juneteenth works for him.
Juneteenth works for me.
Yeah.
I go out into the bullpen. I tell Joe Fisher. I tell Luke Anderson, who is working with Stone Creek, hey, looks like Juneteenth will work. Let's make this thing happen. Here is where my stance is. We will be there on Friday. Me, you, and Joe Fisher will be there. Will Danny Marang be there? I don't know if he will be there or not. We can gauge how we want to view it. Is it a forfeit? He's going to come up with an excuse if he doesn't want to play. That's a different can of worms. If he does not show up, I'm done with the Cargo Shore Classic. And any sort of future endeavor between Danny and Joe. This is
Bro, I really don't care. Not trying to be a chotch.
I'm done. You guys yelled at each other in a masculine energy, high testosterone off. We're trying to execute a funny, content-driven idea on a day off on a Friday when you still have your full weekend. And if we can't, I'm not going to keep searching for dates for these two.
It's time to nut up or shut up.
Yes, Dan, it is. So, 11:51, Stone Creek Friday. I'll be there.
Time to drop trout and hog out.
I know Joe's going to be there.
Yeah, and Joe basically came out yesterday and said he should play. I just played. I was dog crap.
I'm based on Joe saying he's dog crap, I'm picturing him shooting like a 117.
You go way too high.
Is that too egregious?
Yes. That's way too high.
He sounded like he couldn't hit a tee shot more than 50 yards based on his explanation.
104.
I'll tell you this. If Danny doesn't do it, for whatever his reasons are, we're going to be out there.
I'll be there.
I still think we can do some content
I'm going to film
for
some
the
content.
IG.
Yeah.
And let's turn it into me versus Joe.
Ooh, pivot match.
Because I think me and him are a lot alike in the sense of I just started getting back into golf heavy the way I used to. But I still really suck. And so I think my bad rounds are basically his bad rounds. So I shot plus 20 a couple weeks ago on the front, and I thought my life was over, and then I somehow broke 100. So I think his bad rounds are my bad rounds. You walk away and it's a 97, and you're just like, this sucks.
I guess I have a hard time computing what's a bad round for everybody.
When you're in the low 80s to high 70s, I think a 95 would absolutely demoralize you.
I can't remember last time I shot in the high 70s. It's been a while for me. Buddy.
Well, you know what I mean.
It's been a while.
Don't be a jackass. You get what I'm saying, and that's where I'm at, and I think that's what his bad rounds are. He was bragging about a 93 at OGA.
Oh, that was what he shot at OGA for his good round was a 93?
Yeah, and I was like, and he goes, well, I hadn't played in 2 months. And I'm like, okay, that's fine.
I'm not going to poo-poo 93.
Whatever, you know.
You do you, boo.
So I think we can more turn it into we make fun of Danny.
Content will be had on Friday.
While
a good time by all.
We see if, in fact, I'm worse than Joe Fisher, which is entirely possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got days off coming up. I think he's going on vacation with his gal soon. So, I don't really know what the excuse is to not play. I don't quite understand why a Friday afternoon for 4 hours is complicated and we have to wait until Wednesday to find out.
Especially when he committed.
Yeah,
committed to the day.
It was
it's the middle of the day, so he'll have he doesn't have to get up early.
You have the entire morning to go get coffee, go get breakfast, do whatever you want to do.
Most of it
Home
when
in
he
time
would
for
have been
dinner.
here doing his show.
Yes. I don't understand
you have
what
the
issue
evening.
is.
My thing is more like,
get it.
Joe brought it on with the whole coughing thing out of left field.
Yes, he did.
It's
But
more
don't make
the
a
response.
challenge.
It's more the, I will literally beat you in any athletic endeavor. And then when we set it up, it's, I got a mani-pedi?
Yeah, is that what it is? That he's got a mani-pedi he can't get out of?
I'm joking.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
throwing a jokey thing out there. I don't know what it is. Maybe
If
he's
it
got
is a
legitimately something
mani-pedi,
planned.
that is going to open
He
up.
might actually have something big planned.
He could. I don't know.
You know?
I keep
wedding
getting-
detail. I don't know.
People keep texting. People keep asking.
But
Is it
we've
going to happen?
asked.
We'll be there.
We secured the tee time.
Yeah, it's there.
You have gone back to your fantasy football draft days. Of,
Yeah, you've gone above and beyond
secured
here.
all of this.
Yes.
With the help of our coworkers, of course.
I work with Luke, who works with Stone
Yep.
Creek. We got it all done. We got the tee time set up. This is great. This is good content for the station.
Yeah.
A rising tide lifts all boats.
Yes.
I'll be there on
And now
Friday.
he's gone Belgium. He starts waffling. That's a really bad dad joke.
That was a fantastic dad joke.
Was it?
Yes.
I love a good Belgian waffle.
That was fantastic.
That's all we make in the
God,
house.
I love Belgian waffles.
Belgian waffles are so good.
They're so good, man.
And I think I prefer the thin ones, but I do love a good thick Belgian waffle. Delicious. You can put a little butter in every crevice of a Belgian waffle. Will you clog your arteries and die 5 years earlier? Yes, but will it taste delicious? Also, yes. I love a good Belgian waffle.
So maybe he said, I don't know, if he said something on the air yesterday, he said, I'll find out today. And I did, I'm like, whatever. Whenever you find out, please let me know.
Would you rather have a Belgian waffle or French toast?
French toast.
See, I would say French toast too. I hate making French toast.
You hate making French toast?
It sucks.
How come?
I got to do scrambled eggs in a separate container. I got to do the little cinnamon and all that stuff.
Yeah, egg wash. That takes like 2 minutes.
Okay, and then I got to put the bread in. Now I got to flip the bread. And now I got to make sure my pan is evenly greased. Dude, a waffle is mix, pump, dump, done.
I think I prefer French toast, but that's not to the goat debate from earlier. I'm not tearing one down to build the other one up.
I like French toast more.
I'm just building one up slightly more than the other. That's all I'm doing.
But on a Saturday of Dad, can you? I'd rather them finish Belgian waffle than the French toast. Also, how many eggs do you have to use? You don't know.
You never know.
How many pieces of French toast you're making.
That's a
My
fair
ratio
point.
I've discovered is 1 egg is good for 2 pieces of French toast.
You live by yourself.
Yeah, you're not cooking.
You're not cooking for children who are maniacs.
No. But I'm saying
Psychos.
it's about a ratio. So if it's 1 egg per 2 slices of French toast.
I think that's 2 slices, 1 egg? No way. That 1 piece of toast is super dry. That is crusty.
Well, you're
toast.
putting in some other stuff, a little milk or cream.
Yeah. I think you're off on this.
Well, I'm dropping in amaretto, but probably not for the kids.
Not for the kiddos, no.
I want a couple. I'll push Quake Takes to the next segment.
That's fine.
We don't have enough time for Quake Takes now. We've gone long on the Cargo Short Classic.
Well, we got into Quake Takes in the office the other day about a college football team. We need to get to this today.
Yeah, I don't remember what you were mentioning, so we'll get to that at some point in this. It could be an hour of Quake Takes, and I'm sure people will have Quake Takes on Marang if he backs out of the Cargo Short Classic. So feel free.
Yeah. And I hope he plays.
I do too. It'd be great.
I don't know why this popped up as some big ordeal and problem when
I don't
we
understand.
literally scheduled and rescheduled to the schedule.
Exactly.
This is a point that I will bring up. That I used to at times make this argument, and you rightfully at moments called me out, unless there were times where I got a little aggressive with it. Like there were times prior to having a kid that I tried to play golf like 4 days in a row because I had nothing else to do. As a married man sans kids, and I'm done with work, and it's like, I'm going to go play golf again today.
Yeah.
And I remember at times I used to be like, well, I got to check with the wife to see if I could go play, and you would always point out, what do you need to check with? You don't have, like...
You didn't have any kids.
You didn't have any kids. You got nothing to do. And at the time, I remember being like, well, I don't want to piss off my wife. She's going to be mad.
And I'd be like, why would your wife get pissed?
Right. And every time I'd ask, she would say, yeah, you can go play golf. Like, that's fine with me. And now having a kid, I look back on the idea of checking for clearance to go play golf. Sans kid of like,
yes.
What are you checking for?
Right.
You're a grown man. You can do what you want on a Friday.
This is my point.
With an entire weekend available to hang out.
The only discussion becomes a financial discussion. Is like, how much money have you spent on golf this week?
If it's, things
That's
are
a
tight,
different
like,
conversation.
how many times have you played rounds of golf? But yeah, there were moments I'd play 4 days in a row, and by the 4th day, I'm sure my wife would roll her, like, seriously? Again? In those times, rightfully so on her part. But then a one-off on a Friday, there's nothing to check with.
Well, you have Thursday, which is going to feel like a Friday, right?
Right.
Then you have actual Friday off, Saturday off, Sunday off. Monday, we're getting Giannis. That show's written itself.
Tuesdays, there's
and
no
then
show.
Tuesday, there's no show.
And then the week after, that's the 4th of July, and we all get like a 4-day weekend.
So, like, what is so pressing?
He's got a vacation coming up, too. He
That's
said it
right.
yesterday.
He said he's off next
we're
week.
going on vacation.
That's right.
What are we doing here? A couple of quick thoughts on the Oregon thing to come full circle for the segment. So we said, as a Duck fan, I feel as though until Oregon gets the monkey off their back and wins a title in football, we more than likely will shift our focus to other sports once Oregon football wins a title. But until then, all the money needs to bolster the football program.
I'm going to push back on that.
Yeah,
I think if they win a title, they're going to keep going hard to keep getting more titles.
And I would say, please, for the love of God, keep going hard.
But I like the optimism in it.
Another one, I feel like a lot of average Oregon supporters watch the full season of football and watch the end of the other sports if we're doing well. And I think
it's a very accurate.
I am also an average Oregon fan who does the same. The other listener chimed back in and said, I'm an Oregon baseball season ticket holder, so they're taking our funding away. And if that's the case, like if you're just a diehard Oregon baseball fan, then I get why you're frustrated by this.
Yep.
I just hope that you can acknowledge the importance for the university, financially speaking, is not in the same galaxy.
I know, but
can we at least acknowledge? Like, you can be more of a baseball guy than a football guy. That's fine. But
can you acknowledge it if it's accurate, but also in the same breath say, like, let's not act like they're hurting?
Yeah, that's fine.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what
moving dimes and nickels left and right.
Football certainly is not. I just don't know what the budget is for the other two sports. Like I
can't tell.
In a day in which Oregon State loses some key guys in their pitching coach, it's like Pac-12, and then the same thing's happening with my school.
Yeah. So I saw Duck fans that were like, "Damn it, dude."
Yeah, and one other person's one of our P1s. Where did this go? I obviously don't know the financials with the donor base. We should be able to fund some of the other sports better than we are without it taking away from football. And I don't know if that's the case. If they had that possibility, I think that they would do it.
Like, what's the basketball team done? I haven't seen all the transfers they brought in, but
it's a bunch of guys I've never heard of before. But that's also how college basketball works.
I know, but it hasn't been, and not that Oregon is ever in the running with Kentucky's and whatnots, but like. I haven't heard of a name or seen something that's like, they got this guy?
You got this big fish.
It's like a lot of 3-star type guys coming out of nowhere.
To sum it up,
Dylan, was it Ennis?
Yeah.
Remember where did he come from? He came from a small school?
Yeah, I can't remember where.
Maybe Altman identifies that kind of core of group? I don't know, but...
Yeah, the only basketball recruit I know of is Kendra Harrison because he's also a football recruit. He's a tight end. He's going to play basketball.
There you go.
So, sums it all up. Quake Takes makes its triumphant return next on The Fan.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan. Kylian Mbappe, Erling Haaland, Lionel Messi, all multi-goal scorers in their World Cup openers, leading France, Norway, and Argentina to decisive victories. Messi had his first career World Cup hat trick, and he tied Miroslav Klose for the most career goals in World Cup history. The slate today begins at 10 a.m. with Cristiano Ronaldo in his final World Cup for Portugal, taking on the Congo. At 1, England battles Croatia in Dallas. 4 o'clock in Toronto, Panama and Ghana. And then the nightcap, 7 o'clock from Mexico City, has Colombia battling Uzbekistan. The Portland Fire back home at Moda Center tonight, taking on their rival Seattle Storm in their final Commissioner's Cup game. 7 o'clock tip, non-910 ESPN Portland, pregame 6:45. The Fire holding is a 3.5-point favorite. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Well, at some point today, we will have to get our full hole-by-hole breakdown of Shinnecock. I think Sprague's starting to get the U.S. Open fever. I can sense it over there. You're looking at par threes. You're looking at tall fescue grass off the fairway.
Well,
you're sharing some thoughts on the course. You're getting into it.
Par is your friend.
Par is your friend. Make a par.
I saw that, and Bryson always does this. He goes to these tough venues, and he says, follow me, and he drops a ball into the rough, and then he tries to hit it out, and he hits it 9 inches forward, and how is anybody going to play golf here? And
you know what helps
wow.
to hit it out of tall grass like that? Having a pitching iron that's not the length of a 6-iron. Helps a little bit.
Helps a little bit.
Just a thought, Bryson. Maybe you should 3D print that.
I watched him do Bob Does Sports.
Oh, he did Bob Does Sports?
Yeah, they brought him back, and they did the him versus them thing. He's an interesting cat.
Very interesting.
You can kind of get a sense of like, I really want to be liked here.
There's a phoniness to it to a certain extent for me.
There is. He was like eating fake Sour Patch Kids candy.
Because it's a healthier version?
It's a healthier version. He gives it to Bob, and Bob does the smart thing on video of, you can tell it doesn't taste remotely close to the Sour Patch Kid, but he's like, this is pretty good. And you could kind of just see his face of like, I can't believe I have to eat this crap.
Please don't give me another one because I don't want to eat it. Thank you, though. I'd rather have the real Sour Patch Kids.
But you said there's a par 3 that's 252.
The second hole on the course is a par 3. It's 250 yards. 250.
I mean, if you're giving me that right now on a course to play, I'm hitting driver.
Yeah, I could maybe.
And I'm living with, you went over. Oh, that's tough luck, man. Tough luck.
Gonna live with it. Well, one of our award-winning segments around here is Quake Takes, and it is back, brought to you by us. And this one happened yesterday on Get Up. You guys ready to get up?
I mean, if you're going to have a Quake Take, it's got to come from First Take or Get Up.
That's a good point. Of all the Quake Takes in the history of Quake Takes, has to be the most commonplace.
Easily.
For a
What
Quake Take.
are the other options after those?
You probably go to what's the Nick Wright
McAfee?
show?
Nick Wright?
I don't feel like McAfee gives Quake Takes. I feel like McAfee's like, let's just joke and have fun and,
Is it the right thing first or first right, Nick?
Right's first?
I don't know.
Yeah, that
but yeah,
one.
the Nick Wright show could be one.
That's definitely Quake Take material.
But what's the Quake Take from that show? It's usually just why LeBron passed Jordan a decade ago.
They'll yell about stuff in football occasionally. Like Broussard's on that show, and they'll get into it over, quarterbacks. But yeah.
I don't like to pigeonhole people.
Pigeonhole away. Put them into a box.
Chris Broussard giving me football takes. Most of my life, you were the Cleveland LeBron NBA guy, and now you're the do everything takes guy.
Speaking of that, we have some booth tension that's going on that I'm wondering if you guys are aware of. Not on our show, in the general sports media world, and I'll play that for you. I don't know why your Broussard comment made me remember that. This happened yesterday on Get Up. This is Vince Goodwill of ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Covers the NBA.
Has for a long time. Used to work for Yahoo Sports.
Now, how many straight years have we had a different champion in your league?
8.
8 consecutive years.
8 and 15 new teams in the 8 years.
We just had our highest rated NBA finals since 1998, the final NBA finals of Michael Jordan. So people are clearly interested. People are clearly watching, and it's generating attention. Here is Vince Goodwill. Get ready for the Quake Take.
I think dynasty is better for the sport because if we're going to look at the way that the NBA experienced its golden age, those 2 decades where it went from Magic and Bird and Isaiah in between to Michael Jordan, that's where you had the greatest explosion in growth. And it's not just because those guys hoarded the championships. Now you're legislating parity. The owners are saying you aren't allowed to be great for an extended period of time because look at Oklahoma City with Durant and Westbrook and Harden. They weren't allowed to keep their 3 guys together because the money says, okay, you drafted too well. You drafted 3 MVPs. Yep. You can't hold on to them. The reason that the Knicks won this championship is because Minnesota could not afford to hold on to Karl Anthony Towns, and he became the final piece for them. So it's going to also cost the Knicks on the back end. But to your general question, I like to know that greatness is validated. How do we know that any of the last 8 champions are actually validated because they have not done it again? Giannis is itching to get out. Boston is thinking about trading Jaylen Brown. They don't believe in their 1 championship. LeBron's 1 championship in L.A. was not enough. So why would it be enough for us?
Validate is the Larry O'Brien that I put on that shelf and it stays there forever. That's validation. Yeah. The Laker thing.
Oh, you mean participation trophy then?
I'm sorry, Larry O'Brien is a participation trophy?
If everybody gets one.
It is an actual trophy. You won the league that year.
The NBA championship, because we've had 8 different champs in the last 8 years, has turned into a participation trophy. Let's rank this one on the Richter scale.
This is a pretty big Quake.
We're talking 7.9. We're going 8.2.
No, this is
toppling a major city.
This is a big one, dude. This one is
San Andreas fault.
If you're west of the river,
you're in the ocean.
The New York Magazine is correct. You don't exist anymore.
Bye-bye.
When did we start saying championships were participation trophies?
Now.
How do you square that in your head?
I don't understand.
How?
I don't understand.
Look, you want to point out certain elements of the sport with the apron and the financial restrictions in some ways. By the way, nobody has told the team, you're not allowed to go into the second apron. Teams are just financially finding out that they don't want to. They don't want to spend the money, right? Oklahoma City is next on deck of this. Are they going to keep all 3 of their $200 million guys? Kind of have to wait and see on that one. They could have kept James Harden in Oklahoma City. They've done the math. It's been over a decade. We've done the math. They could have saved $8 million by making other roster moves and kept Harden. Instead, they thought they couldn't, and they made a bad trade. So, that doesn't hold any weight. And just because you have 8 new champions, how many have we had? Okay, so football is interesting, right? Where we've had dynasties. We had the Patriots reign supreme. They got, 6 of those things or 5 of those things? 6, right?
6,
Brady got
Brady
7.
had 7, 1 with the Bucs.
So they had 6 in a 20-year span. You've had the Chiefs win 3. And the Eagles have won 2 in whatever amount of year span, right? So all those other champions are participation trophy champions?
Sorry, Seattle. Your Lombardi's no participation unless you win another one.
If you want to get into the dabbling of ranking who had the impressive trophy or what's the championship how do you label them in terms of, that one was more difficult than the other one? If you want to say the Knicks winning is more impressive, not just because of New York, but because of who they beat in the title versus Denver beating an 8-seeded Miami team that everybody knew was going to lose, go ahead. I don't care. A participation trophy, that is a 9.6 on the Richter scale of a possible 10. That is an insanely stupid thing to say.
I also just hate the way, and this is part of the problem with the NBA, the nostalgia view of certain things as if the only reason in the 90s the Bulls were relevant was because they were a dynasty, and ignoring the fact of where we were at as a country, where the media market was going, the accessibility of games, the growth of the player commercial and the branding behind it. Like,
it was the
this
start
idea
and the
that
evolution of
the
it.
only reason the Bulls won 6, that's why we all watch the NBA. You're completely missing the plot.
There's so much more to it than
yes,
just that.
You're essentially to argue that having a modern dynasty would take you back to that point is like a drug addict chasing his first high. You're never going to get there again. That's a moment in time that will never be duplicated. There will never be another Tiger Woods. There will never that's not going to happen. These are specific outliers in American sports history that are not repeatable. And so if we had one of these teams in this last 7 year run that won 6 out of the 7 championships, similar to what the Bulls did in the 90s, it doesn't mean the sport would be in a better place or more talked about. In fact, I would argue it would be at the detriment of it, because there are so many people who I would say view the NBA through a hopeless lens, who now over the last 8 years, myself included, have had to slowly kind of change the tune. Like, I checked out a bit from the NBA when we got to the end of the KD Warrior stuff until the Toronto Raptors beat them. And I know we made the conference finals in one of those years, but there just was a sense of like, nobody's beating this team. It's just not going to happen. And that sucks when you go into a season with a hopeless feeling of, I know it's an uphill climb, but even if we put all the right pieces together, we still can't beat that team. That doesn't exist anymore in the league. I'm not saying it's easy to win championships. It's incredibly difficult. That's why we've had 8 different ones do it, and nobody's been able to do it again. But seeing that many teams have success has given me so much more hope as an NBA fan that if you press the right buttons here or there, you could put together a roster in the right circumstances that might have a chance to do it.
How many teams are in the NBA?
30.
Half the league literally has been in the finals in the last 8 years.
In the last 8 years, half the
Would
league
you
has
rather
been in
have
NBA
a
finals.
league where you're sitting with some hope, some optimism, even if it's Portland and you're like, we're never going to be the team to do it?
Right.
You still have to have that glimmer.
If you extrapolate out, this would be a fun game to play. In the last 8 years, how many have made a conference final? Because I know we're in there. You would throw it. You would throw Atlanta into the mix, right? Atlanta
made it. Yeah, Atlanta made it. I'd have to really go back and look.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to dive through.
Did Philly?
I don't think Philly has ever been there with Embiid.
Okay, the Nuggets, the Timberwolves.
Well, you not counting teams who had already been, because they would already been counted. If you have 15 in the finals or NBA finals,
no, I'm just counting who I know has been in the conference finals.
Okay,
right. So you got Nuggets, Wolves, Thunder, Blazers, Warriors, Clippers, Lakers.
Clippers
Suns.
went to a conference finals?
The year that Kawhi got hurt was the year they got there.
Paul
George had a renaissance.
Touche.
Suns.
Yep.
Mavs.
Yep.
Ooh, the Rockets. The Spurs.
Yep.
Not the Hawks.
Yeah,
the
Hawks
Heat.
were in one, weren't they? Didn't Trae Young get to a conference finals?
Heat.
Yep, Heat.
Cavs.
Bucks.
Indiana, Bucks.
Yeah, Pacers.
Yeah, Boston.
You're at the 15,
New York,
Celtics, 17
Toronto.
in Toronto. That's nearly 20 teams who have been in the conference
80%
finals.
of your league has been in a conference final.
In the
last
1980s, 1980 to 1989, there were only 5 different teams
that made the finals.
That made the NBA
It was
finals.
the same thing every year, right? It was Houston got
Lakers
a couple in there.
And Rockets were the only 2 in the West.
Yep.
Sixers, Celtics, and then the Pistons at the
So,
end.
like, if
for a decade, you had 2 teams from one conference that made the NBA finals.
If you took the hot
and the Lakers
take,
were 8 of them.
Yeah.
If you took the hot take culture and dropped it in the 80s and had it build up from there on, the way that we talk about so much, especially with this league, the way that we talk about stuff, it's a constant teardown. And I've noted this for a while, and I hate it. It's what I hate. It's actually its best it's ever been, but people don't want to say that because their beloved players they watched when they cared about it don't play anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But if they did it, dude, you can bet your ass they are finding a way to poke a hole in the Bulls dynasty.
Yeah.
Like, that's where we would be reaching if we would have started all of this hot take stuff in the 80s and let it build into it. Oh, yeah, they won 3 in a row. Who'd they beat? The Jazz twice? That team's sorry.
Right.
The Sonics, they were down 3-0 in that series.
Right.
Like, who was the best team in the East that Jordan beat? Kendall Gill,
Yeah.
John Starks, Reggie Miller.
We would have found ways
We
to
would tear it down.
Yeah.
So
his gambling stuff off the court, the quitting and going and playing baseball.
He quit after he retired after his third championship.
Yes, he did, to go play baseball.
I
for a year and a half, and then came back. And then we act like he didn't lose in the playoffs that year.
I know.
He won 6 straight championships. Well, no, Orlando beat them in a conference finals.
All you
that
can
happened.
do, Dirt, is shake your head, and you just got to know the Quake takes are going to arrive.
It is Quake Take season. This is that time of year.
It's not, though. We just had the finals just ended. There's other stuff to talk about. You don't need to do this. A participation trophy.
I'd like to
for
congratulate
winning a championship.
Congratulate the Knicks on their participation championship. I'm glad you participated in it. I hope to win a participation championship.
Do you know how much of an insult that is? I would text this dude if I had his number as a player and be like, look,
I would too.
I still respect you.
You're cut off from all access.
You need to apologize. Yeah. That is an insult to what Jalen Brunson just did. Did he do a participation trophy by scoring 45 of their 94 points? That's an all-time great closeout athlete performance. Participation trophy, wild take.
There's a 9.7 for you. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Let's get to, let's see, what do I got next in my old notes? Ooh, a couple of random things out of baseball that are happening that I want to dive into. Also, one other take from somebody that I found interesting, and I'm wondering, do we actually buy into this being the case? We'll jump to those next on The Fan. All right, there's one other take out there in the NBA that I'm going to kick to the top of the hour because I do find it a fascinating leftover conversation of the NBA Finals. And will it lead to a trend, or will this, similar to in another sport, be a one-off? So I'll throw a couple of odds and ends at you here as we wrap up hour number 3 of the radio program. Have we watched much of the studio coverage of the World Cup on Fox?
I haven't watched as much as maybe I should.
Okay.
No, it's been hopping from game to game when I have time to sit in front of the television.
Well, you have I believe, who's there? Is it Rob Stone? And then there's a British gal with blonde hair that I don't know.
That's
her name.
Rebecca Lowe, and she was loaned from
League
NBC's Premier League.
Got it. Okay.
They loaned.
She's loaned
She's
to
really
Fox
to
for this?
Fox for the World Cup. She's great.
So it's her. It's Thierry Henry. Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Who took a day off, by the way, to go to the UFC 250 event.
Zlatan did?
Yeah.
He took a day off from the World Cup coverage to go to
And I believe it was the day his country was playing. Zlatan does what Zlatan does.
That sounds about right.
He was not worried about Tunisia. They fire a coach.
Sweets be okay. And Alexi Lawless, who somebody
the
made...
lightning rod of soccer himself, Alexi Lawless.
Somebody made this joke yesterday on Twitter, and I was laughing out loud reading it, saying having Alexi Lawless as a studio analyst next to these two for the World Cup is like having a guy who went 1-15 with a 10.39 ERA and AA covering the World Series.
Ooh, this brings up an interesting question.
You're not right there.
Who is the worst accomplished athlete as a major face of a broadcasting show? If that's the Alexi Lawless comp,
that's
who
a
is
great
the
question.
equivalent in basketball and football?
Do we count Pat McAfee in this, or is he more of an entertainment?
I'll say this.
Because he was a punter.
But he was elite at
I mean, he was a good punter, sure.
They had him doing stuff that almost no other punter gets to do because of his athleticism.
This might sound ridiculous, but based on who he's sitting next to, it's not this level, but Kenny Smith is a little bit of this for me. Like, Kenny Smith's a hell of a player.
Really?
He's not a Shaq. I mean, it's not even close.
Big game Kenny Smith.
I'm not saying he was bad. I'm not saying he won a championship.
UNC?
He's had a great career.
New York's very own.
Shaq is considered one of the greatest centers, if not the, and Barkley is one of the 25 best players in the history of the league.
Of all the players to beat Jordan in the finals, Barkley, I think, was the one that, if he
biggest
had
threat.
Any help, would have done it. That's a good one. Kenny Smith's a good one. Because Lawless
outside of that, I'm like,
Lawless is maybe the most popular American face of the sport.
I mean, to be fair, Kirk Herbstreit's a little bit of this.
Yeah. At least he calls college, though.
Yeah, but if you're counting like the pregame show kind of stuff and he's on, game day.
Was his college career, what was his college career?
It was fine. It wasn't all-time.
I think you're going to laugh at his college stuff.
Well, I'm not, because it's going to be a different era of football, but...
And they ran the wing tee or he did
That's what I'm
some
saying.
option
It
stuff.
wasn't...
Let me find his numbers. So...
And did he have any NFL career to speak of?
God, no.
Well, the least accomplished one in football in the NFL
He played 4 years of college football at Ohio State, okay?
Yeah.
4 years of college football.
Okay. How many games did he start?
I'm just going to ask you how many career touchdown passes he threw.
10.
Okay?
Oh, I'll say 17.
5.
Oh, jeez.
5 touchdowns and 11 picks in 4 years at Ohio State.
5 touchdowns and 11 picks in 4 years?
It appears he only started his last year in 1992.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He was the number 2 guy for like ever.
He had 4 touchdowns and 6 picks. Now, let me see if I can find his rushing stats.
Was he our mobile?
No. I mean, the only highlight I've ever seen of him in college is him coming in mop-up duty.
I think the answer here is
against Minnesota, and he had like a long touchdown run, and it was like, here's this sophomore coming up. Like, he was horrible.
You don't have to like the punting position or respect it much. McAfee.
He was a very good punter for his position. Fair take.
And when you have a great one, it is a big weapon for an NFL team.
And he was a weapon at West Virginia and for the Colts.
Yes.
Kirk Herbstreit barely sniffed a cup of coffee in the National Football League, if at all.
No, but I don't think that. I'll see if he ever even made a. Did Kirk Herbstreit ever play in the NFL?
I don't know if he ever played.
No, he was an accomplished quarterback. They named him the team MVP at Ohio State for what? Based on his stats, I don't know.
Locker room guy.
Maybe, yeah. His Google AI says he bypassed the NFL and began his career in broadcasting.
Oh, he bypassed it. Yeah, those 5 touchdowns, 11 picks.
I know what my future is. I'm going to go into broadcasting. Thank you very much.
You know the weakest link in the NFL?
He certainly made the right choice.
It's Collinsworth. Because you got Aikman, you've got Olsen, You've got Romo.
Collinsworth's numbers back in the now it was tough.
You got to comp him to the other ones.
But if you're comping him to the other guys,
that group, and you got Brady.
Yeah, Brady. And if you do the pregame show, people.
Howie Long, no. Terry Bradshaw, no. Jimmy Johnson, no. Michael Strahan, no. Gronkowski, no.
Who's doing CBS now? It's
Matt
J.J.
Ryan.
Watt.
No,
Matt Ryan's gone. He's back with the Falcons.
J.J. Watt. They just hired somebody.
Why am I blanking on the guy who does the news stuff too?
Bart Scott?
He hosts
Nate Burleson.
Nate Burleson.
Collinsworth better than Nate Burleson.
Yes, so Nate Burleson might be the.
But he's not.
Yeah, he hosts the show, so it's a little bit different. Anyways, Alexi Lawless is in the running for this. He dropped something in one of their in-between game shows the other day where they were doing a preview of another game.
Yeah.
And he said the F word followed by the W word, and the reaction of everybody on set was like, did you just...
He didn't say the F word very clearly. He did it with an accent.
Yes.
So it was like, what?
And if you've seen Ted Lasso, you know what W word I'm talking about. I don't know if I can say it on the air or not, so I'm not going to after yesterday. And that was like what is he doing? So I've caught bits and pieces of this, and the takeaway for me had been Zlatan Ibrahimovic hates Alexi. Like, who do you think you are? I'm Zlatan. You're Alexi Lawless. And yesterday he took a direct shot. Alexi Lawless gets done giving a take, and here's Zlatan's response to it.
Well, it's not arrogance, it's confidence. Okay. Ignorant people will say it's arrogance. Intelligent people will say it's confidence.
So Alexi Lawless got done saying a player was dealing with being too arrogant, and that was holding them back. And he immediately responds, ignorant people would say arrogance is the problem. Smart people would say confidence is the problem. Ignorant people would say it's arrogance. And I got to be honest, that's a pretty good boot tension that's going to keep me watching the rest of the World Cup.
I have a competition problem.
I am now more interested than I was
right?
on watching the broadcast, yes.
And I can see how Alexi Lawless, soccer people like Alexi Lawless?
Thierry Henry's
his reactions
are bugging out of his head.
I think 90% of the soccer community, I'm going to go on a bold take and speak for them.
Go out on a limb here.
I think 90+% of them don't like him.
We hate Alexi Lawless?
I think he's very,
Was he a good Team USA player?
He was a defender. I mean, he was on the World Cup team in '94 that went to the quarters.
So he's just kind of cashing in.
He's on a historic team, but he's more known from his look than he was as a player.
Yeah, the long hair.
He had the long hair. He looked like the hippie.
Yeah.
You're like, is this Bill Walton playing soccer? And then he cut his hair, and he's like, I'm going to tell you everything wrong with everything
he was
at all
still
times.
on World Cup teams. I don't believe he played significantly in any major European.
Didn't he play for the MLS?
He played
for the
most
Washington
of his career
team
was in the MLS.
Yeah. The early MLS days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I certainly understand he rubs some the wrong way, and I've got that gist of him for years, but not being in the soccer bubble, I was curious how people felt about him. And Zlatan clearly has had enough, so we'll see how those dynamite fireworks linger for the rest of the World Cup. We've got a lot to get to in the final hour of the radio show. I got one more take from the NBA that I find interesting from a leftover of the finals. Will this be a trend or a one-off like it is in other sports? We got Stat or Story coming up, and we'll get you set for Swag's Italian vacation. It's a loaded final hour. Don't go anywhere. Dirt Sprague 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits. Big bets. Big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report. Brought to you by Mr. Plywood. Serving Portland for over 50 years.
Lionel Messi! First career World Cup hat trick. Ties the all-time goal-scoring record.
Portland's very own John Strong, Fox Sports on
Go
the call.
Ducks.
Lionel Messi hat trick for Argentina. Lionel Messi not a Duck.
No, but John Strong is. Can I claim that?
Well, what is Lionel Messi?
Why can't it be the Ducks? That was pretty cool. Hat trick in the World Cup, first one ever. He's going to set the all-time World Cup record for goals, and very entertaining last night to see him light it up.
It's too bad Oregon couldn't afford John Strong and let him go.
No.
More funding for the football program. He had to go to Fox Sports.
He's too big for us now.
Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. You can visit them at Southeast Stark Street. They got great customer service, ready to answer any of your questions. You can also check them out online, mrplywoodinc.com.
Hey, guys.
George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the World Cup slate of group play matches begins at 10 a.m. this morning. The final two groups to play their first matches begins with Portugal and the Congo. Cristiano Ronaldo in his final World Cup. 1 o'clock, England and Croatia will do battle in Gerald World in Dallas. 4 o'clock, Toronto will see Panama and Ghana on the pitch. That'll be followed by the nightcap, 7 o'clock from Mexico City, Colombia battling Uzbekistan. The Portland Fire are back home at Moda Center tonight. Their final Commissioner's Cup game against their rival, the Seattle Storm, 7 o'clock tip. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Our pregame coverage begins at 6:45. The Fire holding as a 3.5-point favorite. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, let's do this. Final hour, Dirt and Sprague here. Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Oh, buddy, do we got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show.
God bless the beaver.
God bless our beavers out there.
Had a listener earlier send me a picture. They're at a Buc-ee's and there's beaver nuggets on the shelf.
That's great, dude. Boy, oh boy, I did not think the Alexi Lawless thing would light people on fire, but it has. Everybody's sending in their Alexi Lawless takes. Somebody said if Alexi Lawless has no haters, then I'm dead. Also, to the takeaway of the worst athlete commentator of a sport, like the worst player.
The least accomplished.
Thank you.
Because they're great athletes,
what
right?
What was Bissonnette's NHL career?
That is a great poll. Paul Bissonnette is a great poll. He was
I never heard of him till the broadcast.
Exactly.
Well, he's hilarious on the set. He's great.
Phenomenal.
And he pokes fun at himself, too.
He was a rugged, I'll fight ya goon kind of player who hung around for a couple of years in the NHL and played a lot of years in the minors.
I find that sometimes, though, when you have a good athlete be good at the broadcasting thing, it unfortunately, it railroads the legacy of the player.
Yeah.
That's what happened to Barkley.
Yeah.
Now, not for Swag and maybe people our age, because we got to watch Barkley play.
You can remember it. But for the younger generation, that's all you know him as.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like, you mean the fat guy on Ozempic on TNT? Like, yeah, that guy.
He was a one-man wrecking crew.
PK Subban got texted in for hockey. That's offensive to PK Subban.
No,
PK Subban was a good player.
Could play.
Really good player.
What about baseball? What's a baseball one?
Well, some of the other ones that got sent in, Dan Orlovsky got sent in a number of times.
There you go.
Great poll.
Yep.
Great poll.
You know what? Dan Orlovsky is the worst one.
Him and Bissonnette are probably 1A, 1B right now.
He stepped out of bounds.
He did.
Running away from a pass rush.
I don't remember enough about Booger McFarland's NFL career.
He was fine.
He was okay.
He was a beast in college.
He was
in
really
college,
good in
he was a much better player.
Yeah, Orlovsky never had the college or pro moment.
No. So that one got Danica Patrick showed up a couple of times. I don't know enough about racing to.
Well, she does podcasts on how we're all lizard people.
Excuse me?
Yeah, when you find out why Rogers and Danica Patrick separated, it's kind of shocking.
Is he a lizard person?
I don't know if she has said that publicly, but
we're all lizard
they're
people.
both
She's super into the conspiracy
individually
stuff.
on the fringes of life,
You would think they're made for each other.
but they're on different fringes, apparently.
Did you see what NYU's doing to their students? What are they doing to their students? They're injecting little Bill Gates satellites into their tongues.
What? That's going to make me a lizard?
And when they lick lollipops,
Do I get a longer tongue?
aliens start coming towards Earth.
What lizard skill would you want if you could be a lizard person?
The tongue.
Right? What about the idea
Grab it all.
I'd want
of
to
blending into where you
I'd
are?
want to breathe through my eyelids like Nuke LaLoosh.
Oh,
That's a good one.
good poll. Although, how would that help you? Because you're already.
Well, then I could swim 1,000 yards out rather
But
than
you can't.
just
You're
500.
underwater.
Like,
How
what
can-
about an iguana? Iguanas, like the ones that are Godzilla, they're made after Godzilla from, those ones live in the ocean.
They just stay
And they're
in the
like
water.
in coral reefs, and they're swimming around and they're grabbing stuff. Or you could be the lizard, the Jesus lizard.
Mm-hmm.
How funny would it be if you had the ability that the lizard has that can run on water?
That'd be pretty bad.
But you just you busted out at Trillium Lake one day on a busy day, and you're just like,
hey, how you
and
doing
you're like,
over
oh my
there?
God, there's a human running on water.
It's Jesus.
Where'd you get that?
That's Jesus. Well, that's bummer news. We're all lizard people. That's kind of depressing.
She's a little out there, dude. She's a
Dang
little
it.
crazy.
Sorry to all my lizards out there.
But that's a good comp because she didn't. Did she ever win a race?
I think she won
I don't
a
know.
race or two, but not like
All right.
tons of them.
I have no idea. I can't tell you the last time I watched car
Certain-
Of the
Certainly-
mainstream sports, though, the core four,
Yeah.
you've identified the
Orlovsky is-
hockey.
yeah, Bissonnette is it in hockey.
Orlovsky is the one.
Now, the beef I have with PK Subban was I felt like the entire Stanley Cup playoff, he was the loser of his fantasy football league, and the other teams in the league got to pick his outfit every night. He showed up to work every day with the idea of how do I
PK?
get people talking about me? I'm going to wear the most ridiculous looking women's
He's been
trousers
doing that
you've ever
for
seen.
years.
I know he has. It just every time he pops up on TV, I'm
The
like,
Dudley Do-Right leather Mountie hat, though, that was funny when you were passing it around to
That was pretty
Messier
funny.
and Levy.
people saying lizards can regrow limbs. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
In case
Yeah.
you get an arm chopped off.
Or
grow
their
that-
tail, sometimes the
Ooh.
tips of their tail get clipped here and there. They
Scientists
can
are currently studying
regenerate 'em.
axolotls for this.
Would you guys like to be Would you guys like to have tails?
I would not want a tail.
No, I don't want a tail.
But I love the idea that something tragic happens to me and my arm's gone and my
And you
arm
could grow-
grows back.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Does
Yeah.
your arm carry the same strength as the previous arm, or
I
is
would
it
think
slightly
so.
weaker?
Get there too.
Well, it
Like,
depends
how long
on
do you have like
how
a little
much.
6-inch arm?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be like
Yeah,
Deadpool.
Yeah.
Have you seen Deadpool?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So he regrows in his
Right.
hands, and they come back as baby hands,
Little mini
And he
hands.
goes, if I hold my thing, this looks massive.
This is a big deal, dude.
It's like Kristen Wiig from SNL. With
yeah, with the little tiny hands. All right, we got a lot to get to in this hour. We will get to Saturday's story in a moment.
I think I'm very close, by the way, of pinning down if Marang's in or not.
Okay.
He has told me.
by the way, and he texted that to you as well, but we got that a bunch. I guess he said full kit W word.
Yeah,
It's
full
not
kit.
it wasn't F word, it was full kit.
Blanker.
Oh.
Yes.
But with a W.
Which is I guess
Can we not say that word on the air?
I don't know.
In
we
America?
We said stuff yesterday and
I'm gonna
I shouldn't
err
have
on
said
the
certain
side
things.
of caution.
We have
here.
a-
Why?
Can't
You're going to
stop
Italy.
it
What do
from
you
coming.
care?
Yeah, it's true. You're going to be gone for a couple of weeks. You won't have to
Hey,
deal with this.
whatever you guys do when I'm not here, that's
The
that's
second
fine.
the nut hits my lip, I spit it out.
Exactly.
That's okay. W word, not okay.
That's the
Bridge
most
too far.
You just can't stop it from coming. Yours is worse than mine.
Yeah. I saw this yesterday, and it was kind of a forgotten thing for me throughout the course of the playoffs. And then the Knicks win the championship, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that he did that. And we have an example of another athlete doing it in another sport, and it was the debated point, I feel like, forever. Are you going to do what this athlete did, and do you really want to win if you're not doing what that athlete did? Hey, Swag, you want to turn your mic off while you're
still
editing a
on
pot?
there.
Thank you. I'm like, why am I hearing myself talk?
Hey, Italian Jason. Calm it down over there,
Put the
man.
mimosa down, okay? I know
Damn
you're
it.
on vacation, mind, all right? Calm down over there. But we dealt with this with Tom Brady in the NFL forever. What did Tom Brady famously do in New England? Took a pay cut.
Yeah, he did.
Keep everybody around.
Yeah.
Got to feed everybody around me. Let's put a good team out there.
Yeah.
And then we've asked about how many quarterbacks who signed their extension since then. Will he do the Brady? Will he do the Brady?
Well, they kind of
Will he do the
are,
Brady?
though, now. They're
To a certain
starting
extent,
to
some
more
are.
and more. The numbers look big, but you're finding out the signing bonus pushed with, the restructuring of stuff, like the Brock Purdy deal, the Jalen Hurts deals. Those look massive on paper or in the report. and then you got to go into the weeds, and you're like, it's actually not that bad.
No,
for their
and they're
salary cap.
set up and structured to be manipulated down the road.
Right.
Yeah, you get some cash
Mahomes
up front.
did
or
that.
you
So every 2 or 3 years, you'll see so-and-so, they
Joe
reworked
Burrow just did
it.
this. He
Yes.
just took up an added bonus to his signing bonus.
And we talked about that with some of the contracts. You're spot on that the signing bonus can help alleviate some of the pain. Well, we had our quick take earlier from Get Up. On that same show yesterday, Jay Williams said this.
On fire.
They are on fire. And this one was interesting because, again, I had forgotten about the Brunson contract stuff throughout the course of the playoffs.
Turned down $113 million.
$113 million. Left it on the table, and the Knicks go on to win an NBA championship. Now, what player could not be there had he taken the full amount? I don't know exactly how that would have shaken out.
Sure.
But Jay Williams had the take yesterday. He said that he has talked to a couple of different players who are up for the Supermax or could be up for the Supermax this year or next year, and that he is feeling from them that they are feeling from their owner.
Take that deal.
Yo, Jalen Brunson left $113 million on the table. What are you going to do for us to build a championship team? And to your point, some quarterbacks have started to do this. I don't think you can structure contracts in the NBA that way in terms of lowering the cap hit with a signing bonus. So do we view this as a one-off? Do we view this as other players will say, damn, that worked out great, and they acquired, let's just say OG Anunoby, and look at the tip-in that he had, and more players start to do this in years to come?
This is what I've said about the NBA. As the salary cap continues to go up, even though your Supermax will get to 7, at some point is the number, just the raw number of making $30 or $40 or $50 million a year, enough for guys if I'm going to get it fully guaranteed. That's the other thing in the NFL. Only partial is guaranteed.
Yes, NBA fully guaranteed.
NBA, MLB, they're fully guaranteed contracts for the most part for these big-time players.
But their cap doesn't rise like the NFL rises.
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't.
The way that they thought.
No.
But there's so fewer players on a roster that it just is 40 at some point is $45 million a year, is $50 million a year enough, even if you could make...
Jaylen Brown's going to make $60.
Yeah.
What is Brunson making this year?
I think he's
But
in
I'm
the
saying
40s.
if it keeps going up steadily over the course of time...
Is he in the high 30s or the 40s?
He is making he made $37 million this year.
He's in the high.
That was his cap hit. I think he might have had a little bit of a bonus. So just
does
shy of $40 million.
Does a guy say, I'm going to be guaranteed to make $45 million for 5 years. I could make 60, but with that $15 million and whatever we got, it means I get this other person who we wouldn't be able to get otherwise.
That's not a priority for a lot of players, though.
I'm just asking.
That's the question in the NBA, though.
That's not their
and
responsibility.
the agents don't do that, certainly. The agents push for as much as possible. But I'm curious at what point, if everything continues to rise, the salary cap, the max level, at what point do they get to a number that they realize this is plenty?
They don't.
Okay. I'm asking the question. I'm not saying yes or no.
In what world are we going to have a whole league of Brunsons?
You're never going to have a full league. It will never be a full league.
And
I'm just
also,
wondering, do we see anybody else say, damn, that worked for him?
No.
I'm willing to do it. Or is he the only one who does it?
Because
Because if you would have said 5 years ago that somebody would have done this, I think the takeaway would have been, no, why would anybody leave that much money on the table? And then Brunson did it. And then he won a championship.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying it's a league-wide trend. I'm just wondering, is there another guy that does this and we're not paying attention to that team and it sets them up in a spot
certainly
where
could be, yeah.
now we have $100 million to go spend and we can go acquire another elite player.
There certainly could be another player. If you told me Wemby did this, I actually wouldn't be shocked.
It's a great example.
He's never really hurt for money.
No.
His entire life has been molded and
What's
made
his
to be an NBA
endorsement
player.
possibility worldwide?
He's going to be the face of the league if he's not already to most people. Like, he could absolutely be the guy that does this. They asked Brunson. Malik Andrews asked him after the title, was giving up the 113 worth, and he chuckled, and he goes, absolutely.
Yes.
Now, you can say that's 113, he'll never get back. He doesn't care.
No.
He's somebody that knows making $155 million is life-changing. I never have to worry about anything, nor does my family's have to worry about anything.
He's a king of New York for the rest of his life.
He'll
That's
get everything
worth
for free.
More than $113 million.
Right. So I just don't ever, I will never believe that you will get that league specifically all going, oh, man, you know what, he did it. You know who the king of Boston is for basketball? It's Jason Tatum. Him and Jaylen Brown take big discounts.
No,
did
they
you guys see if they did that?
No, they did not.
They don't. So, like,
He's the only one in my knowledge, right? Nobody else has done it in the NBA?
to that caliber, not like that.
Somebody maybe took a couple of pennies less, but yeah, to
Well,
the level of $113
LeBron,
million.
Bosh, and Wade all took pay cuts. People can say,
That's
no,
true.
they didn't. No, actually, they did.
That's
They
true.
financially did take pay cuts to make that work. So you've had guys take sliding scale pay cuts. It just hasn't always been
right
to the Brunson level. You can make an argument that LeBron was being underpaid in Cleveland the second time he went back. Brought in like $1 billion to their economy in 4 years.
Without a doubt.
He was making what per year? 40?
Yeah.
For a guy bringing $1 billion impacting your local economy, you're getting $40 million of $1 billion? What's that percentage?
After it all collapsed when he left the first time and they went to be one of the worst teams in the NBA, and then he came back and revived the entire area. I saw that take. I don't know if, I certainly understand why owners would want to say this.
But see, that the problem with that, not Jay Williams bringing that topic up or passing that along, the problem is, and we see this all the time in sports and non-sports, we pass the blame to the wrong people here, because now we're the general we are going to place the blame if the team falls.
Now.
Not trying to be a chotch.
How long have you worked here?
We got 45 minutes to go, Swag. Come on.
I got itchy trigger fingers. I'm clicking it too fast.
Hold it together.
Why are you hovering? There's 5 minutes in the segment.
Quit hovering.
You can't whisper stuff in the ear
while
we're...
than 20 pumps. That was a lot of... You pumped a lot over there. That was a lot of pumps. You want to finish your take?
I don't remember what it was.
Blue 32, putting pressure on the wrong people was what you were in the middle of saying. Basically that we're going to ask the players to do this and not the owners.
I want to know how that just happened. I'm more curious about finishing my...
He's got twitchy fingers over there.
That he's hitting the update button twice?
Well, no, I'm hitting the insert button and it's double-clicking.
You're inserting the wrong area.
You didn't insert at the right place.
Yeah, I know.
120 pumps.
No, I think... I can't even take myself seriously enough to finish the take.
Good conversation
when
there.
the players get these contracts, what do we generally do? I see it all the time. Yeah. We read it. We yell at the athlete. Well, if you wouldn't have taken 55 a year. It's like, all right, if you could get 55 a year, you would take it. When you get your big contract at whatever company you sign for or sign with or jump aboard.
I took less to keep you around, Sprager. I took less.
How much is the guy that does a lot making? Oh, way less than me? Oh, man, I'm the one to blame here. You don't do that.
I'm the problem, evidently.
So, good thing for New York. I do not think you're going to see a vast amount of athletes do this, though. I'm going to keep an eye on the Wemby stuff. I think the Wemby stuff is very, very interesting. He only cares about legacy and winning. He's not one of these driven by financial guys. And so if he takes a Supermax for $300 million or whatever it ends up being,
he's a terrifying example
if
he's to do it.
If he takes a $180 million extension this summer and just guarantees himself that money knowing he'll make even more on the next one to open up cap space, watch the hell out.
Yeah, I thought it was just kind of a thing that I had forgotten about Brunson taking less money, and then Jay Williams had I don't know if he's true or not or what he's saying. I mean, I imagine he's having conversations with people, but, the idea of others or owners trying to pressure guys into taking less. That's the wrong move for owners to do, because the immediate pressure response from the player is simply, well, why don't you spend into the luxury cap with your billions of dollars, and then we'll have a better chance to win. So you can flip it on them pretty quickly. Yeah, it just was more a takeaway of do we see, because I certainly think that's a big part of them having that extra money to win the championship. By the way, in the years to come too, because he still has 2 more years after this. No, 3 more years left after this on his contract. And it was player option the last year, so maybe he opts out and restructures it.
He'll definitely opt out, I would guess.
But yeah, it's $37, $40, and $43 million the next 3 years. For that, I mean, that's a bargain right there. How much did Jeremy Grant make this year?
I forget Jeremy's number.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll pull it up. Who made more money this year, Jeremy Grant or Jalen Brunson?
Is Jeremy Grant going to be higher than Jalen Brunson?
Oh, it is so close.
Because it's 37 for Brunson?
Yes, 37. So technically 25-26 season that we're coming out of Brunson, I misread. He's at 35, 34.9, so round up.
Dude, Cat is making 54.
Yes, he's making $20 million more than him. Jeremy Grant Jalen Brunson made $3 million more than Jeremy Grant this year.
Wow.
Just to put into perspective.
Impact was really close, too.
Oh, I mean, yes. Right? I mean, just could have gone either way.
Jalen Brunson isn't even a top 40 paid player in the league.
And he's their best player. It's remarkable.
Here's players that are paid more than him. Brandon Ingram, Michael Porter Jr., Franz Wagner, Zion Williamson, Ja Morant, Pascal Siakam, Evan Mobley, Jamal Murray, Trae Young, Paul George. Jeez, dude.
There's some bad names on that list.
Bad names on this list making more. But that's not those players' faults either.
No, you're getting.
Who knows? Brunson's going to take that kind of discount.
Exactly. You got to get the money when it's offered to you. Just an interesting thing. Will it become a trend in the NBA? I tend to agree with you. It never will. But will there be one or two other guys that do this, and we look back and say, "Damn, that was super impactful for them winning a championship because they could go get this player or that player."
I got one for you.
Who do you got?
How do we gauge Jay Billis? Because he calls NBA games once in a while now. They have him do that.
I feel like that's a little unfair to him as an NBA analyst. I know he does some, but his primary role is a college guy.
And he was a...
People, by the way, are out of this conversation are texting in Jay Williams. Now, he's not on a pregame show.
Whoa. On what? What sport? College or pro?
Well, again...
He's not in this if we're talking college.
No, he is not.
He is a...
He's also not...
Isn't he a two-time...
We're more
player
thinking
of the year?
Yes, in college he was dominant.
He was unbelievable.
The conversation was basically I don't view a studio host the same. It's more of a pregame, and that's why Orlovsky doesn't necessarily fully apply.
He does,
but he does a little color. He does some broadcasts on ESPN occasionally. Yeah. But I was thinking more of like he's a hot Jay Williams is more of a hot take guy. I view him as a college basketball analyst.
Okay,
and if he's a college basketball analyst, well deserving, hell of a career.
Yeah, very good college player.
Totally applicable. We'll get the status story. It is that time. Next on The Fan.
a.m.
If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust in. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan, we are down to 4 teams remaining in Omaha. The bracket finals now are set. Games 1 today. North Carolina against West Virginia. The Mountaineers need a win to force one more Carolina victory. They go to the championship final. And then it's an SEC battle between Oklahoma and Georgia. Georgia needs to win twice. That game, 4 o'clock on ESPN today.
How about this in the animal kingdom? A delightful little photo popped up on my algorithm. You guys ever heard of the archerfish?
No.
Archerfish.
The archerfish. It is an unassuming-looking fish, a fish that you would see and go, that looks like a fish you put in a fish tank.
It doesn't come with a bow and arrow?
It does not. Okay. Actually, it does. A built-in one. The archerfish is notorious for being able to look up through water, see spiders and other bugs, go up to the top of the water, and spit up to 10 feet into the air, knocking the bug down and then swallowing the bug.
Spit on that
Spit on that
there
thing.
There you go.
It's a pretty cool way to do it.
Oh, yeah.
This stat blew my mind. I want to know if it blows your mind as well. See if your minds are melted. James Wood, do you know who that is in Major League Baseball?
Yes, Nationals top prospect.
He's been in Major League Baseball for barely 2 full years. Barely 2 full seasons at the big league level.
He might not still be 20 years old yet.
Incredibly young, only 2 full years at the big league level. He has already faced as many pitchers in his 2-year Major League Baseball career, 447, that Ted Williams faced in his entire career.
There you go.
There's I could have ranked in the 20s,
dude. Babe who?
Babe who. There's your update from Dirt, Sprague, and Swag here from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network. This is a U.S. Open Week edition of Dirt and Sprague, brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM. The Fan. Crunch the numbers.
There's 6,127 students at Adams, 58% of which are girls. So that's 7,107.32 boobs.
Break the news.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story.
Is it a stat or a story?
Evidence based on olfactory prowess is inadmissible, in case you didn't know.
This is Stat or Story, a monumental judgment call with Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network.
That's right, folks. It is Stat or Story time on your Wednesday afternoon or morning. Feels like afternoon already for me, but I know it's only 9:30. We got a ways to go in the day. Who wants to start off today?
I'll start.
You want to start? Go ahead.
Yeah. Your number is
our leadoff hitter.
165.
165.
Is it the batting average of one Cal Raleigh, who made his return yesterday against the Baltimore Orioles?
He had a nice little return.
Or is it the feet of a bridge a 21-year-old woman was thrown off of when nobody secured her bungee and just straight threw her off? She died 20 minutes after impact.
Yeah. I saw this story. I want to say story. I feel like that sounds right because I've been reading up on this. I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Oh, there's a video of it.
It's terrifying, dude. Terrifying. I'm going to go story. Give me story.
I'm actually going to say stat. I know Cal's batting average was awful when he went on the DL.
Yeah. Okay, so Dirt.
Story.
Swag. His batting average still sucks. It is 165, but to your point, had a nice little return for game yesterday.
Yeah, his little rehab. It was horrible.
Yeah.
But his rehab stint, he played like 5 or 6 minor league games.
Hit some dangers for the
Rainiers.
Rainiers.
He hit a dinger every other at bat.
So the story comes out of Brazil. And it's actually multi-layered. Mario Eduardo Rodriguez, 21 years old, died on Saturday, June 13th. After officials were supposed to secure the bungees to her legs and her harness, they never did, and it's literally filmed. They lift her up as if they're like she's stage diving, and her arms are out, and they collectively just throw her off, and as she disappears from the camera, you hear a guy in the background going, "Oh my God!" and they realize she's connected to absolutely nothing.
Just threw her off.
All of these individuals in Brazil have been arrested, and they're being charged for murder.
Yes.
And the craziest part, a woman, I believe it's a teacher, because this was a student, a teacher had everything put on and was set to be in her position and backed out last second. She got scared. She came in. They did not secure anything, and they threw her off the bridge.
Horrifying, dude.
She was alive for about 30 minutes. A nurse tried to resuscitate her. She ended up dying.
How do you even survive for 30 minutes after falling? How far was the fall?
It was, I didn't give you that number, did I? It was
around
130 feet.
130 feet.
So
okay.
not as quite high, but still 130
survive that
feet.
falling 130 feet?
I don't know.
Even for 30 minutes?
No
Would you
kidding.
be dead on impact?
My daughter, because I brought this up because I saw the video.
Yeah.
My youngest comes up and just goes, I never want to do this.
Nope.
And I said, no. She didn't see the video, but
Pretty
she
much
just had
take
heard.
it off the list.
Dude,
at that
bungee
point.
jumping and skydiving, like, no, never. You couldn't pay me to do either of them.
Yeah.
I'm scared of heights to begin with. I also just I know it's a very I ain't rolling those dice.
My
I'm
nephew
good, man.
reminded me of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when he's proposing.
Oh, yeah.
Will you marry me?
It's a good pull.
I was like, yeah, dude, I'm out.
No, thank you. Don't bungee jump in Brazil. Lesson of the day.
Here's my follow-up real quick.
Bungee jumping not on the list of excursions off the cruise,
yes.
by the way.
I am not in any way. I just have a question. As somebody that's terrified of heights, if anybody gets me to do this, it's probably my oldest daughter who loves all of the adrenaline junkie things. I am just looking at every part of my body and asking 80,000 times, am I secure?
Am I secure?
Do I
Double check.
She just put her helmet on. They put on the little groin strap.
They just trusted
and
them.
She just got on, and none of them checked with each other, and just a collective throw.
Horrifying mistake that they all deserve to be in prison for, because that's the only thing that you got to make sure you're doing.
Terrifying.
That they survive. All right, go ahead, Swag.
All right. Your number is 42.
42.
Is it the total number of playoff wins for one Giannis Antetokounmpo in his NBA career? So games in which he played in and won in the playoffs. Or is it the total number of sails that are on the Royal Clipper that I will be boarding on June 27th in Venice?
42 sails on a ship? Isn't that too many?
The Royal Clipper, is that the name of the ship?
That is the name of the
The
ship.
Royal Clipper?
Don't you have like a big sail, and then like a medium, and then like another medium, and then a small, and then a small, and that's it?
I'm not up on my sailing. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
I think this is a stat.
Well, you got 16 to win a championship, right? 16 playoff wins. So the one year they won the title, there's 16 of them. Have they been out of the first round since
I know.
then?
42 playoff wins seems like a lot, actually.
I'm going to go Story, yeah, now that I think, because they didn't make it early in his career. It took him a couple years to get there. They went on a few runs in, a second round.
42 wins?
I feel like that's a lot. If 16 came from one title, does he have...
They got to the conference finals the year they lost to the Raptors.
Yes, they did.
But they lost that in 6.
Would have been 14 wins? No.
That's 2 wins in the
12
conference
wins,
finals.
right? 10 wins. I don't know. Give me a Story. I give up.
I'm also going to go Story.
Give me Story. Yeah.
Giannis Antetokounmpo's playoff record, 44-40.
He had more.
Our logic was wrong.
Of course he did.
44-40 in Giannis's playoff career. No, the Royal Clipper, officially recognized by the Guinness World Records in 2001.
You looking at the Royal Clipper?
There's a full doc on it.
World's largest square rigger in service, 42 sails, 5,000 square meters of sail area.
That is an ugly-ass boat. I hate to tell you this.
What are you talking about?
That is an
Why is that an ugly boat? Because there's so many sails?
If ants created a boat to get away from a burning hill, they would get all their bed sheets
like
in it.
the Christopher Columbus.
That's just
ship.
right. He's exploring
This is
America.
an ugly. He is not. This is an ugly-ass boat, Mr. Swigard.
Go take the virtual tour. Go look at like the atrium and the dining hall. Or the
I'd
dining
much rather
room
be on a boat like that than one of the giant cruise
one of the
ships.
hantavirus
I would much rather
vessels.
be on that than the poop
I am
cruise.
out on this. What are we? Holy bedsheet Batman. man. What are you doing with
that is
these
a lot
sales?
of that is a lot of sales.
I've been told there's pirate night as part
Hell
of the
yeah.
You better get that booty.
Are you bringing an eye patch?
I might tap out on pirate night.
Come on, when in Rome.
Tap out on
Look,
that
I know
booty.
that you're not a costume guy. You got to like if you're going on a cruise, don't you got to play along a little bit?
You better get that treasure.
Come on.
Aye, huh? What are you going to do for dinner later? Rated R. X marks the spot.
Raid the treasure chest.
Oh God. Yeah, it's a lot of sales. We need a full itinerary in the final segment of the show.
I'm sorry, dude. That's an ugly ass boat.
Go look at the virtual tour.
I'm looking at it right now. It looks like, aside from the sales, great boat. Why are we doing 42 sales?
It's the aesthetics, man.
That feels like a small ween joke.
What are you overcompensating for?
Don't you wish you had this many sales?
Got 42 sales over. Alrighty, last but not least, your number is 3. 3. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Is it the number of players out of 654?
Oh my goodness.
Who have teed it up in a U.S. Open at Shinnecock and finished the weekend under par?
Ooh.
Or is it the number of skeletal remains that were found in a home that was bought off of a foreclosure auction on Sunday? The person unwilling or unable, I should say, to look inside the house prior to buying it off of the foreclosure auction. He gets access to the house, walks in, skeletal remains inside the house.
Oof.
I think this is a stat. I'm pretty sure there's only one winner historically of the U.S. Open that was under par, but I think it was like 5 or 6 under par, so I think there were a couple others that were close.
I'm going to oracle your ass. Go me story.
You're going to go story?
I'm going to go story and say that he doesn't know.
Okay. Swag, you say stat?
Stat. What's that?
It's a trick. They're both 3.
Oh, there you go.
The story was too good. I didn't want to pass it up. I wanted to read it, and it was the same exact as my stat. So you're both right. How about this? In the history... You got to give me a penalty on that.
Double number?
I did, yeah.
What?
I couldn't find a good story with a different number. They just happen to have the same one.
It, you double number it.
I'm double dipping the chip.
Wow.
654 career players have teed it up at a U.S. Open at Shinnecock all time. Only 3.
That's pretty remarkable.
And 2 of them were in the same year.
2 of it was the same
2
year.
of them were in the same year because I can't remember the winner, but the second place runner-up, I think Phil
Maybe.
place. And they were 2 guys under par that year. It's only 3 guys all
Wasn't
time.
Brooksy like +1 the year he won?
Yeah, let me go back and look. I think he was +1.
Like, does this boat just not sail unless it has 42 sails? I'm watching this video. I'm like, I don't think they need 42 sails.
It's not moving unless you got 42 sails.
Dude, you might see dolphins off this boat.
Yeah, there's a scheduled one of the day when we go across from Italy to Croatia. There's a swim stop out in the middle of the Adriatic. So hopefully the weather cooperates. It's not too windy or anything.
I don't mean to be I legitimately hope you have the best sex and food of your life on this boat. It's a nice boat inside.
I bet they got some good food on there.
The sails are ridiculous.
One of the masts, halfway up, they've built a crow's nest so you can reserve a time.
Yeah.
And there's like club chairs up there, and you can go up for like an hour and hang out.
That's badass. Take
you
a
better
cocktail
reserve
up there.
Sunset. You got a race to
That's
do that.
got to be the first one that everybody tries to book.
It's got to be the Sunset.
So we'll see. And then off the bow, off the front, they have that netting that goes with the.
I don't like that part. I saw that.
I want to go.
You want to just lay on the net?
I just want to lay on that at midnight and stare up at the stars.
What if that thing just broke? You fall through. Now you're in. The 42 sails is past you. Help! Help me! It's like one of those teenagers that jumps off a cruise ship. They film him. Like, they never found him.
The net's pretty tightly woven.
Sure it is. And bungee cords in Brazil are always secure.
Jumping safe in Brazil.
Your players under par in the history of Shinnecock: Retief Goosen, who won it, 4.
Okay.
4 under par. Phil that year was 2 under, runner-up.
Yeah.
So there's 2.
Yeah.
And Raymond Floyd, who won there in 1986, the U.S. Open, 1 under par. Those are the only 3 who have ever finished under par at Shinnecock. Yeah, a guy bought a house in Connecticut off of a foreclosure auction. He then got the keys, like, hey, it's cool, I bought a new house. Walked in and immediately called the cops because he had to report 3 different sets of human remains inside of the home. The house was purchased as is, as a part of its foreclosure. They wanted to sell it, move it right away, didn't let anybody even go see it, and he saw 3 dead bodies.
That's a Law and Order episode right there.
Are trying to figure out the causes of death and the identities and all that. Who knows how long the bodies have been in there, just rotting away. He purchased the home for $380,000, it looks like. Everything was overgrown. What do you do if you buy a house off a foreclosure market and there's dead bodies in there?
Well, you call the authorities.
Yes. Do you live in the house?
No, I think I'm knocking it down and starting over.
No way. You're trying to get an out clause. You're knocking it down and rebuilding?
Yeah, I'm immediately calling a lawyer and saying, "What can I do to get out of this?"
The soul is already gonna haunt the new place.
I can't live in that house.
Or do you wait for?
Do we have a problem with living in a house that an old person died in?
No. It's a difference, I feel like, if I see the dead bodies.
Like, my wife thinks our house is haunted.
She does, yeah.
Like, there's been random incidences of noises that don't make a whole lot of sense.
What was that? Yeah,
and
creak of the door or the light flicker.
It's haunted. And I go, it was built in 07. Who died here? It's had 2 owners prior to us. If it was 1907, I'd get it.
Yeah, it's not like you bought something in over by Westmoreland that was built in 1932.
Dude, my
Unless
parents'
it's a
house
graveyard that nobody knows about. I'm pretty sure it's not haunted.
When my parents redid, they still live in the house that I grew up in Selwood. When they redid our basement when I was, I don't know, sometime in elementary school, we had an unfinished basement and they finished it. When they were going through the walls, they found booze bottles from the Prohibition era stuffed in the walls.
That's interesting.
That would have been awesome.
Because people were hiding them, and they,
So it's still full.
One of them had something in it, and there were 2 that were empty. Somebody just finished a bottle of booze and chucked it in the wall, and then something got sealed over.
Did they try the booze?
They did not. No,
seems dangerous.
No,
Risky.
Probably.
Don't
not
know what that is.
Nah, not quite sure what's in there. That's not good moonshine.
Whiskey.
There you go. Saturday Story every Wednesday, and we'll wrap up with getting you set for your day in sports in Swag's Italian Vacation. Next on the Fan.
Sprague here, hanging around.
All right, as we wrap up our show on a Wednesday, a quick request of the court, and then we'll get to Swag's vacation itinerary. Random question, the fan text on, I need a ruling from the court of Dirt and Sprague. We're staying at a resort on the beach for the week. I just witnessed two able-bodied adults in their 20s or 30s wait 2 minutes to take an elevator down one story when the stairs are literally right next door. Am I wrong to judge them for that?
No, you are not. Judge them out loud. I have such a problem with this. We stayed at a hotel last 4th of July, and we were on the 3rd floor. So you're talking about 4, 6 stair flights?
Yeah.
It was 2 steps for me, 3
now,
steps for my kids.
Now, were they carrying like beach chairs and a cooler?
I got no further. That's all. It does not
if you're
sound
carrying
like
stuff, I understand where maybe you can't see the stairs and you don't want to trip and fall.
Take some pride in yourself.
But otherwise,
it's one flight.
If you're just
what are you doing?
For one flight of stairs is absolutely egregious.
The wait for the elevator when you could walk 8 stairs is so not worth it. I am judging you.
I absolutely
now, if you have a stroller, a cooler,
you got cooler beach
chair,
chairs and an umbrella.
I get it.
And I can't necessarily look straight down. And
I feel like that would have been a part of the story had they had that.
I would think.
Because then it's understandable.
I don't think you're judging.
No, you're not judging. You're taking a butt ton of stuff down to the beach, and I get not wanting to walk down a bunch of stairs in order to do it. If you're just standing there,
come on.
What are we doing?
Nothing in your hands?
I take a lot of pride in taking the stairs at hotels and resorts.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, unless it's something obviously that's outrageous of like you're on the 7th floor and they're full flights of stairs. I'm not going to climb all the way up there, but 1 or 2 flights of stairs, 3 is probably my max. Where's your max on how many floors you'll go up? 5th floor? You going all the way to the 5th floor?
I might, but probably not.
Then you got to convince the family to do it, and then they're got to, then you get some boycotts the other direction.
And I understand that.
Yeah, like, whoa.
But I will say anything past 4 on an elevator, I am mentally a little nervous.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
the elevator technology still gets to you, huh?
It doesn't get to me. I process it fine. I just am thinking...
You go to your pee corner?
This would be awful.
That would be terrible.
This would be horrendous to just have the cord snap or I'm trapped in here for 5 hours.
All righty, let's get to what he wants to talk about because I know it's where his mind's been the entire show, probably the last week.
Was it the 2 Sports Center update hit beds in the middle of my segment?
That might have been it.
12 minutes before
right in the
update?
middle, right in the middle of a great take. I was riveted by your take, and then...
Was it the 5:45 bounce back email I got to send him audio that said, hey, I'm sorry, I'm out of the office?
All right, Swaggy Poo, when are you leaving? When's the bird taking off?
Or first, we have a little jaunt to Seattle, 1:45, and then...
Today. You're leaving today.
As
like you're heading out, going to get stuff, and going to the airport.
Picking up the missus at the house. She dropped me off this morning.
Wait, why
she got up and dropped you off this morning?
Why are you going back west?
I'm not.
Oh, she's coming.
She's west, getting a ride from parents.
Got it.
Coming to
Pick
scoop
you
me
up.
going to the airport.
I thought you were saying you got to go back.
No.
You're going straight to the airport.
We are
You're
going straight to the airport.
You ain't messing around.
How long until you have a cocktail?
Assuming we don't have any snafus with security.
Yeah, you get through security. Are we like pre-flight cocktail?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you drunk when you board the plane?
No.
Are you tipsy?
Are you drunk when you land?
Are you feeling groovy? Is your left arm somewhat numb?
Well, we do have. Well, we will be.
And you're not sure if it's a heart attack or the tipsy.
Because you're in there a long time. How many cocktails are we going to have on that flight?
Depends on if we just finally crash and actually can sleep, which we would like to do.
Try and pass out for as long as you can.
But no, I think because the missus' birthday is actually tomorrow on the 18th.
Oh.
So on the 18th. So I did splurge, get the premium seats, so we get the free cocktails and food and all this stuff.
The leg room is nice.
So we get a little more leg room.
That is huge.
The first class tickets were like
Premium's pretty good though.
But premium
solid.
we should be solid. So I'm hoping that there's champagne or prosecco at midnight for her birthday that we
Look
can
at you.
clink some glasses,
Look
and
at that
here we are.
start to the vacation.
Somewhere just creeping into the over the Atlantic.
Athletes are securing the bag. You're over here securing the sex. Good for you, my
That's
man.
well played.
I'm
Good.
happy for you.
Good
So
call.
so we're supposed to land in Rome around 1:30 tomorrow afternoon.
And then you got about a week of farting around time before
So
the cruise starts?
3 nights in Rome.
Okay.
3 nights in Florence.
Yep.
3 nights in Venice before the cruise leaves from Venice.
Got it. Okay.
And you're meeting up with friends on the boat, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so there will be, when we get to Venice, we're going to meet up with other people that we know that will be going.
That helps a little bit. That makes the cruise experience a little bit better.
I know you had to have dived into all the cities you're visiting before getting on that boat. Give me one thing from every city you want to see. Rome, Venice,
Rome.
Florence.
I want to see. I mean, we're doing the Colosseum. We're going down where the gladiators are going to be and see the Forum. We are taking a wine tour while we're in Tuscany, Florence and Tuscany.
Please get on a
You
Vespa.
are going to get so hammered on that wine tour. Oh, my God.
And we were told one of the cool things to do in Venice is just go to some wine shop or whatever.
Local market.
Grab a couple of bottles of wine. There are general water taxis that kind of go around the main canal.
Yeah.
And just sit in the back and have
With
a
a
glass
bottle
of
of
wine,
wine
and go stare at everything.
Have you learned any Italian?
Very little, not enough.
Didn't
I'm
try?
feeling I've got a 9-hour flight to try to get the basic phrases
Cram.
down.
Glass of wine, please.
Ciao! I got ciao down.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Well, have fun, man. It's going to be a great trip.
We'll see you
enjoy
in
all
20
of it.
days.
We'll see you in
July 7th, I will be back.
Crazy.
Holy hell, after the 4th of July. A great
Yeah.
trip. You deserve it. We will be, Brandon and Schultze filling in the next couple of weeks. Tomorrow's the last show of our week.
Yeah.
Because we're off on Friday. And that will do it for us, folks. If you're missing the show, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, at Dirt and Sprague, at 1051thefan on Twitter. We will talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The Firm, Harris and Marang is next. Listen to 1051 FM The Fan.